a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent.
This is the BusinessDay television broadcast.
My name is Elizabeth Musa, and it's a pleasure to have you join us this morning. We've got a packed show lined up for you today, but first, let's see what's making top stories today. Naira gains 0.9% against dollar on Trump's inauguration day. Calls data to cost 50% more as NCC approves tariff hike. World Bank bans Nigerian companies' CEO over fraudulent practices. Donald Trump sworn in as 47th President of America. Ancelotti to leave Real Madrid at the end of season. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the Naira recorded gains against the dollar in the parallel market on Monday, appreciating by 0.9%. The Naira gained against the dollar on the day Donald Trump, the president-elect of the United States, was inaugurated following his victory in the November 2024 elections. On the parallel market, also known as the black market, the Naira strengthened by 15 Naira as the dollar was quoted at 1,665 Naira on Monday compared to 1,680 Naira on Friday. However, in the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the Naira's performance was flat, closing with a slight depreciation of 0.2% as the dollar was quoted at 1,551 on Monday compared to 1,548 Naira at the close of trading on Friday. Authorized currency dealers reported the highest rate for the dollar at 1,551.50 Naira on Monday, a marginal decline from 1,552 Naira on Friday. The lowest rate recorded in the market was 1,545 Naira compared to 1,540.20 Naira on the previous trading day. Aminu Gwadabe, the president of the Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, highlighted concerns about the potential impact of President Trump's policies on Nigeria's foreign exchange inflows, stating that President Trump is an unpredictable person and not a believer in Africa. Moving on now, the price of phone calls, data, and SMS will cost 50% more following the approval of tariff hikes by the Nigerian Communications Commission. This will push the floor price of calls to 9.60 Naira per minute from 6.40 Naira and make the ceiling price of calls to 50 Naira. the cost of SMS to 6 naira from 4 naira, and the cost of 1 gigabyte of data to 431.25 naira from 287.5 naira. With the recent hike, the average price of calls will be 16.50 naira per minute from 11 naira, and this is less than the 100% that telecommunication firms ask for, and within the range that Bosun Tijani, the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, reviewed last week. The minister earlier said that the price of telecom services would go up by 30 and 60%. Still on now, the World Bank Group has debarred two Nigerian companies, Viva Atlantic Limited and Technology House Limited, including the Managing Director and CEO Norman Buruk Didam, for engaging in fraudulent, collusive and corrupt practices linked to the National Social Safety Net project in Nigeria for 30 months. The Apex Bank disclosed that its investigation uncovered significant violations of its anti-corruption framework during a 2018 procurement process. The companies and Didam were found to have misrepresented conflicts of interest in bid submissions and accessed confidential tender information from public officials. Also, Viva Atlantic Limited and its CEO falsified experience records, submitted forged authorization letters, and provided inducements to project officials. To end the local news, political activist Omoyele Sowore has said the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, is held by feudal characters. Sowore said this in reaction to a statement by former presidential aide Bashir Ahmad, who cautioned against calls for Kanu's release. Kanu is being held in custody of the Department of State Service DSS and currently facing trial for terrorism and treasonable felony. However, there have been growing calls for his release, which many say would go a long way in restoring peace in the southeast, which is currently facing insecurity. And on the foreign scene, Donald Trump was sworn in on Monday as the 47th President of the United States, returning to the White House after overcoming 4 criminal indictments and 2 assassination attempts in one of the most remarkable political comebacks in U.S. history. Trump recited the oath of office at an intimate inauguration ceremony inside the Capitol Rotunda, the same building a mob of his supporters stormed 4 years ago to try to stop the certification of Trump's 2020 election loss. The ceremony was moved indoors because of below freezing temperatures in the nation's capital. Trump raised his right hand and took the oath of office using a Bible his mother gave him in 1955 that was stacked on the second Bible used by President Abraham Lincoln for his swearing in 1861. Moving on now, 2 Iranian Supreme Court judges were killed when a gunman entered the courthouse in Tehran on Saturday morning. The victims were Ali Razini, 71 years of age, and Mohammad Moghesha, who was 68 years of age. After shooting the judges, the attacker killed himself while trying to escape, with a bodyguard also wounded in the attack, which happened at the Palace of Justice despite its usually tight security. Both judges had controversial past and were accused of being involved in executing political opponents during the 1980s and 1990s. A statement from the Iran's government news agency IRNA shared from the judiciary shows that according to initial investigations, the person in question did not have a case in the Supreme Court, nor was he a client of the branches of the court. Asghar Jahangir, who speaks for Iran's courts, told Iranian TV that the shooter likely worked at the courthouse, referring to him as an infiltrator. And now to sports. Carlo Ancelotti has decided to step down as Real Madrid's head coach at the end of the current season, despite having a contract until 2026. The Italian manager, who has enjoyed tremendous success during his second stint at the club, has made up his mind to choose his chapter, even if the season concludes with titles and the club urges him to stay. As reported by Radio Estadio Noche on Onda Cero on Monday, Ancelotti is determined to move on next summer. The coach, who renewed his contract in December 2023 amid speculation about his potential move to manage the Brazilian national team, has added significantly to his legacy at Real Madrid. Under his management, the club titles has secured 2 La Liga titles, 2 UEFA Champions League trophies, a Copa del Rey, Super Cups of Spain and Europe, and a FIFA World Cup during this second tenure. To end the news, FC Porto announced the dismissal of Vitor Bruno on Monday, becoming the third of Portugal's 3 main clubs to make a coaching change this season. The 42-year-old replaced new AC Milan boss Sergio Conceição on the close season, but paid the price after Porto lost ground in the title race following back-to-back league defeats this Monday. Porto's academy director, José Tavares, will take over as coach on an interim basis. The club said this. Sunday's 3-1 loss away to Gil Vicente was Porto's third in a row in all competitions. They were also beaten by Sporting Lisbon in the semi-finals of the League Cup on January 7. Porto slipped to third place in the table, 4 points behind leader Sporting, as Benfica moved into second place over the weekend. And those were the headlines. Thanks for watching the BDTV News. Stay tuned as we bring you the top stories analysis in a bit.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children and gone back into my room and wept. Discipline is something that a single mom should not compromise.
I was always good cop, bad cop. I was quite strict. In my mind, I would say, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
So my daughter was quite headstrong as well, and it used to be a battle. It was a battle.
You apply tough love, because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges because you need them to learn a lesson, you are actually loving them.
You know, in Nigeria, there's a different kind of discipline.
Of course.
When she was 11, I decided to send her to Nigeria from the UK. She said, am I going back? I said, no, you're not going back. And I sent her to secondary school here, and she was here for 6 years. And I didn't send her to Olashore, it's so deep inside Ilesha. And you know what? That was a life-changing moment for me and for her.
I did not like the way the West was going in terms of the woke culture that they were imbibing in our kids. And like you, I said to her, we're going for holiday. We're going for holiday for 3 weeks. I got back. I said, you're not going back. And that was 3.5 years ago. Best decision I ever made.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up, they've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandma, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the clothes in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm joined this morning to talk all about our top stories and break them down deeply. I'm joined by Mr. Daniel Obi, Senior Editor here at Business Day, and he is joining me here in the studio. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, Lizzie, thank you very much.
It's good to have you here. So
Thank you.
There's an interesting story here on our top stories. It's Naira gaining 0.9% against dollar on Trump's inauguration day. But I want us to start with the calls and data costing 50% more following the approval of tariff hikes by the Nigerian Communications Commission. What do you make of this new development?
Yeah, Lizzie, again, I want to thank you for the amazing job you guys are doing on the Business Day TV. Quite interesting and amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you so
Again,
much.
I must start that the increase in cost tariff, TECO tariff recently made was part of federal government reforms. Federal government has really backed on tax reforms in the recent time, to generate fund and to move forward. And this is for a long time, since 2013, TECOs have asked for tariff increase in order to bridge the operating cost and their business, which is they have asked for 100% tax increase in order to get more money to keep their business running. And they've got ahead to get 50% from federal government, less than 100% asked for. This has increased costs made by individuals and corporates, though it will increase SMS. It will increase costs generally by individuals making calls in Nigeria.
Yeah, and just the fact that there have been conversations about from the telcos and the minister himself saying that the prices have to go up because they also have like some bills to pay and all of that, and we know that it's already as it is, it's tough on Nigerians. So the usual tariff that we had, the tariff we had before now, the prices was a little tough for Nigerians when we talk about data, because I understand that they will push the floor price of calls from 9.60 per minute to 9.60 per minute from 6 naira per minute, and make ceiling price of calls go to 50 naira, and the cost of SMS from 6 naira to 6 naira from 4 naira, and the cost of 1 gigabyte of data to 431.25 naira from 287. Especially the data part for me. As you know, as not just young people, everyone these days is making use of data. So I wish that there will be like something else to cushion these prices.
Lizzie, I really don't know what will cushion this, because that's exactly the cry of the masses. The tax reforms that are really going to squeeze the poor Nigerians further. That is where the challenge is. The Nigerians who are impoverished already due to the economic hardship have been impoverished more by the tax system government is introducing. But government say it does not have option than to do that. But again, if you look at the system, you see that TECO is one of the major pillars of the economy presently. TECO, industry, then agriculture, service industry. And TECO has to survive because communication is important in every economy. To drive economy, but communication is important. So they have to do this in order not to squeeze the TECOs, dead.
Dry.
Yeah, dry. They need to get this done, because if TECOs die and communication die, the business equally die. So I think Nigerians need to maybe adjust to this. What they need to do possibly is to reduce costs, make costs when necessary. Don't stay on course as much as you were doing. And Lizzie, let me tell you, before GSM, or when the GSM came up immediately, 2001, 2020, 2021, 2001, we propounded that traffic was going to ease. People are going to make calls and traffic will ease.
Oh, really? So what does that mean? If people are making calls, does it mean they're not going out?
Yeah, that was the theory, but it didn't work. But now this thing's increasing, the tariff increasing. I hope that theory now will come to play. Where now
I don't think so.
Where people now will, but Nigerians are resilient. That's another
Yes, we always adjust.
Yeah.
And it's a problem.
Nigerians are resilient. Look at when fuel price moved from how much, 200, then about to 1,000, to 400, to 1,000. For 1 week, the roads were free. After that, after 1 month,
generators.
the roads are equally heavy now. Traffic is there. So I think Nigerians are going to adjust. But let's see what happens.
I think Nigerians are always going to adjust. If there's one thing I know about Nigerians, is they complain, but they just keep it moving. It's not like Kenya. People are going to go out and protest on the streets. But Nigerians don't have that endurance for protesting. That's how I see it. Because if they go out for one day, everybody's like, better go about your business and go and make money. They would adjust.
Yeah, Lizzie, you are right there. Nigerians are really interested in their business. Protest is, I think, the least on their mind. They're really interested in business, see how they can feed their families. That's what uppermost in their mind, how to eat now. Again, one important thing in this TECO tariff is that, like you're talking about data, data has become a major issue in Nigeria for businesses, for healthcare, for education. Everybody running business on data. And we expect that by the time this tariff increase, it becomes operational more. Okay, we expect telcos to improve their services. When they improve their services, then you see more efficiency in the operation of businesses, including education, including healthcare, where data is more needed.
We hope so. We hope so. We're going to complain for a bit, but we'll definitely adjust. But let's move on to another.
No, but that depends on, before you move on, that depends on government keeping tab on them. Because government has been able to do this for them and watch them. So government needs to watch them and say, listen, your operation, your service needs to improve in order to improve the economy, the business.
True. True, but for me, I would say that the telcos are actually trying in terms of if we're talking about connectivity. Maybe I'm talking from my own end, but I think connectivity is pretty good. So on their own part, the service providers, data speed and all of that, I think it's commendable. Or do you?
No, I think so. I think so. They're doing well. they're doing well. All we need to do is sometimes you see connectivity in some rural areas, very, very poor. Some travel for Christmas in rural areas, to get connectivity was very poor. So telcos need to find ways to get this across to more rural areas, not only urban areas.
Absolutely, that I completely agree with, because if we're commending the service that we're getting here in the urban areas, and the people in the rural areas have an opposite recommendation, then there's a problem. So they need to do better there. So the naira gained against the dollar on yesterday, which was quite interesting, because that was the day that President Donald Trump was inaugurated officially following his victory in November 2024. Already at the start of the year, we had seen that the naira was stabilizing to an extent. I know that we had discussed on the show with some other analysts about how the naira seems to be, just coming to a stable point. But then yesterday, with us, the naira also gaining, that was more good news. Or what did you see when that happened?
Yeah, Lizzie, I think naira gained at the parallel market.
Okay.
Gained about 15 naira, so I had, so to say. The issue of foreign exchange has been on two major planks. What are those planks? One is demand and supply, which is the core. Then the second one is sentiment. So the naira gaining yesterday, I will link it to the second aspect, which is sentiment.
Okay.
That Trump came in and naira gained. Why did he gain? I'm not an economist, but I think that a lot of people have misgivings and their own perceptions about Trump. Okay, he has said he's going to do this, he's going to do that, but more on deportation of non-regularized Americans. So some people are saying it that if Trump does this, okay, a lot of things are going to happen. For instance, remittances are going to reduce. More Nigerians too, including other Africans, will be deported back to their country. So maybe the economy and the system are reacting to these sentiments.
That's actually possible. But what do you see? I understand that you said you're not an economist, but this is a question I ask people on the show. With the Trump administration that has come to stay, what do you think will be the economic outlook for Nigeria with the Trump administration?
Trump is, a lot of people have their different views about Trump economy, but his main policies are tariff, and that's more about the West, not Africa, because his relationship with Africa is a little bit more of economic resources. But Trump has this interest to develop American economy, and he's going to focus more on tariffs. How the tariff is going to affect Nigeria and Africa, I don't really know. But Nigeria deals more with the West and the other Asian countries. And whatever affects them will equally trickle down to Nigeria and Africa. So we just watch and see how this will play out.
Yes, absolutely. We have to watch and see how, and we hope that it will have positive implications for Nigeria, because there have been conversations about, Trump being very pro fencing, all of this migration thing might sort of be.
There
might be a little bit of problem in that area, because there are many Nigerians that try to leave the shores of the country, migrate out of the country. So yeah, there's that.
Yes, on that aspect, like we said earlier, if he goes ahead to implement the deportation policy, definitely there are many Nigerians which we know in America who don't really have documentation as such, and we know how much those Nigerians remit back home, for their siblings, for their families, to keep life going. And if it does that, more Nigerians will be deported. And if that happens, like I said, then remittances will go down. And will affect many families. Today, you said earlier, Nigerians are impoverished, Nigerians are hungry, and when they don't get those dollars from abroad to feed them, there'll be more people on the street begging for food. So these are the issues, that will play out in Nigeria, that government equally needs to find a way to say, okay, those coming that are going to deport, how are we going to handle them? How are we going to give them soft landing when they come back to Nigeria? So these are the policies government needs to watch and begin to be proactive on that aspect.
And I also read yesterday that he has put a stop to birth by citizenship by birth.
Okay.
I read that yesterday, that the Donald Trump, during his speech, he had mentioned that he has put a stop to citizenship by birth. And to me, it's like many people, I don't know I don't know, maybe I didn't really get the full context of that, because I didn't watch that part of the speech. I just read it somewhere. So I probably need to go and do like deeper research to really understand that, because when I was reading and then I saw in the comment section, then people were making clarifications and saying that, what does this mean? Does this mean that people that go abroad to have their children, does that mean that they're not going to be citizens? Because that's always the idea behind going there to have your kids, so at least they can get that dual citizenship.
No, but listen, one thing with Trump is that Trump, I like him. Some people don't, but I do like him. He says things the way it is. Look at what he called Africa, and the Africans, are you really what he called you? And if you are not, then do changes. Corruption everywhere. Not that it's corruption, it's not the West, but the massive corruption in Africa. A lot of the economy is not moving. We are still, for many years, we are still dependent on resources without translating the resources, transforming the resources to actual needs. So the issue is, Trump wants to, his policies make America great again.
Yes, and also the make America safe again.
Simple. So wherever you go, take it, whatever policy is introducing, whatever he's doing is to make America great again. He may say the white supremacy, he may say but Trump is an American, he believes in America, and so also we should believe in our own country. Africans should believe in their own countries, and make their own country great again. Somebody asked me earlier, why is it that, citizens by birth, why must you go to America to go and give back because you want your child to be American? Why can't you be in Nigeria and give your birth and believe, I'm a Nigerian, my child must be a Nigerian? So these are things, the sentimental issues that make us believe in America, UK. Believe in your own country and make your country great again.
Absolutely. That's a good way for us to, bring it to a close on that particular topic. We need to believe in our country and make our country great again. Now, this one is not so much of a good news. It's the World Bank banning these two companies. I don't know if you've been following up on it. Banning two Nigerian companies for Viva Atlantic Limited and Technology House Limited, and then another including the managing director and the CEO, Norman Didam, for engaging in fraudulent, collusive, and corrupt practices linked to the National Social Safety Net project in Nigeria for 30 months. So they've been conversations about conflict of interest, and then these companies, they had to ban them for a while. And I think that this are some of the problems we have. This kind of companies that are presenting Nigeria in a negative light, because on a global stage like that, when we have conversations like this, for a country like Nigeria, where already there are some people, they're looking at us with one eye like these people, and they are very corrupt. Then when you have companies that should at least be able to make sure, tighten whatever it is that they do and avoid corruption. But when you have things like that, and you have the World Bank, banning them for months for cases of corruption, I don't know if you've been following up on it. Then it's an issue.
I think, Lizzie, the issue came up yesterday, and it was widely reported in the media. I think I heard about it at night. But my curiosity here is, why these are Nigerian companies, isn't it?
Yes.
So why did it take the World Bank, the first instance, to come hard on these companies? Why is it that it was World Bank that banned them. What does that tell about our system? That is on the second aspect. What does it tell on our system? You know, the issue is that, okay, World Bank has banned them for corruption. That's another thing. Then, does that underscore corruption in the system? Of course, yes. You know, I don't know what, but I learned they falsified some documents. Whether they were dealing directly with World Bank for them to do this, I don't know. But Nigerian government, to me, Nigerian government should step further into this issue. World Bank has come to ban them, okay, painting us, like you said, in that light, because it's all over the world that World Bank has done this against 2 Nigerian companies. You know, but Nigerian government should step in and find out what actually these companies did and found guilty. I think Nigeria should equally prosecute them further in order to say, come on, we don't like this, we don't tolerate this. Because what this underscores is corruption in the system. You know, that corruption is high, you know, monumentous corruption, which everybody believes that in government, in society, private sector, corruption. So government should, to me, come more harder on this company to say, we don't like this and it's not part of our system.
They absolutely need to do that, because when it seems like when we're speaking of corruption, it seems like a termite that's gone deep when it comes to, like, in the fabric of
the society,
our society. So, and it's something that's really sad, and I hope that corruption can be I don't think that it can be something that we'll say bye to, or it's something that we can say, oh, we've seen the worst of. But I do hope that it gets better. Like the conversations around corruption, you know, even yesterday we were talking about how EFCC goes to raid homes at night and all of that, they are going about, you know, curbing corruption, but again, they're going about it in the wrong way. So, because there have been conversations about, why do they have to go at night? Where is your warrant? Why are you going at night when people are sleeping? So it's also in the fact that in our society, in trying to curb corruption, it's also going about it the wrong way. So I don't even know if you can completely say corruption is a thing that, say in Nigeria, you can say it's now a 40%. It's something that we're seeing, just 40%, a 40% ratio.
No, listen, there's no system without
corruption,
without some form of corruption. There's no system. You know, what systems do is to minimize it to the barest minimum. You know, corruption. There's no system without corruption. But when you have monumental corruption in billions in that form, and there are no prosecutions, you know, it begins to cast doubt on that system. You know, we want to see government officials, we want to see private officials, you know, be prosecuted and concluded in a short time. Because what we see is that somebody being prosecuted of corruption, it takes long years, and at the end, Nigerians tend to forget, and it fizzles out. You know, but we want to see where those alleged corruption activities are really prosecuted, and if found guilty, jailed. Within a short period, the case is concluded. But we find out that many cases today, some bank executives since early 2009 are still being prosecuted of corruption till today.
But there seems to be some loopholes, because just yesterday we saw and we read that the Zani Madueke, because you were speaking about, we see that it takes a long time and then all of that. But now in her case, she'd been nearly a decade of these corruption charges and all of that. But yesterday, was it our lawyer? He comes out and says that there is no, like, all of the allegations that have been made against her about the UK, some money in the UK and all of that, that it's not traceable. That there are no traces of it. They can't. There's nothing that. So it's just the charges that have been, you know, made against her for nearly a decade. That everything is fictitious. And I'm wondering, this is nearly a decade. Is it what really is going on? Because now you're talking about how these things take a while, but now this one has taken a while, and now this person is really making claims that there is nothing to hold on to.
like I said, Nigerians, we forget a lot and we forget history a lot. I read a book, and let me give you a scenario, where tortoise, was found guilty of sacrilege, and the penalty is to flog tortoise from morning till dawn. So women were going to the market, and they saw tortoise being flogged. They said, flog him, flog him. So when they were coming back from the market, that could be afternoon, they see tortoise being flogged. They say, Abba, what are you still flogging this man? What did you do? Nigerians, sometimes you are prosecuting somebody of corruption or this activity. You say, Abba, is the only one. And that is why, like I said, flog somebody when the issue is hot and get it concluded at that point in time.
That's
okay,
important.
Instead of prolonging issues for unnecessarily. So if okay, look at the Desiani issue. When was it charged of corruption? That's about more than a decade now.
Nearly a decade. Yeah.
More than a decade.
It's more than.
Yeah, more than a decade. Okay, that's more than a decade. Okay, so now people will be asking, come on, what is that? What is that? So get that done and conclude the issue. So Nigerians, we need to tackle corruption. Corruption is endemic in Nigeria. We know that. In every facet of the society, corruption is endemic. But we need to begin to check it and bring it to the barest minimum and allow the society run. And that is why we like the cash system. Cash system CBN government is introducing. It will, to some extent, check armed robbery, some extent, check corruption. Because if I have to transfer money, who sum of money to this guy or that guy, of course it's traceable. Of course it's traceable. But with cash, sometimes it's not traceable. So these are the systems and policies that will check corruption in the system.
Thank you for that. And speaking of corruption, so political activist Omoyele Sowore says that the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, that's IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, is being held by feudal characters. Now we know that Nnamdi Kanu has been held for quite a while now. So now there have been conversations about his release, that he's been held, of course he's currently facing trial for terrorism and treasonable felony. But there are growing calls for his release. Many would say that his release would go a long way in restoring the insecurity that the Southeast is currently facing. But do you agree with this?
Some extent, I agree. Sowore, political activist, has made his views that Nnamdi Kanu is being held by feudal characters. And to me, who are these feudal characters? To me, they are here and there, across the country, who don't want Kanu released. What their fears are, I don't know, of release or no release of Kanu. But you can see that Kanu has been held since 2001, when he was deported from Kenya. Okay, since then he's going under trial. And that goes back to what we were saying earlier. Listen, if he's charged of felony, treason, felony, and treason, then charge him to court, conclude the case. If he's found guilty, imprison him. If he's not, release him. But you find out that Kalu's issue has become more of a political thing, and everybody understand that. Okay, there are some other people who are in the mode of Kanu, who have equally made such statements he's making, protecting their people, and say, people asking, why is this one released? Why is this one not held? Why is Kalu being held for such a long time? So release him. Even Sunday Igboho, has come to ask federal government, plead with federal government to release Nnamdi Kanu. So, and again, the release of the detention of Nnamdi Kanu, Lizzie, you agree that it's really causing some tension in Southeast, like you said. It's causing some tension in Southeast. Today, Monday, there's no business on Mondays in Southeast. And you can see the economic loss.
Of course,
of that,
of
that day. And they are saying, and even the agitators of Biafra are saying, if you release Kanu, there will be peace in that land. And Carlo has even said, agreed, I even subscribe to that, that the release will go to much extent to ensure peace in that region. So I believe that government, on their wisdom, should hearken to the voice of these people, including Sunday Igboho, including others, including Showore, including other stakeholders who are calling for release of Nnamdi Kanu to see how, to what extent. Maybe get a bond, get others to have shorties for him.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel Obi, for sharing your thoughts with us here on the BDTV Breakfast Show on our top story analysis. I know you'll be back soon for the newspaper review, but thank you so much for your time this morning.
Lisa, thank you very much.
And that was the top story analysis today on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We'll be back shortly for the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children and gone back into my room and wept. Discipline is something that a single mom should not compromise.
I was always good cop, bad cop. I was quite strict. In my mind, I would say, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
So my daughter was quite headstrong as well, and it used to be a battle. It was a battle.
You apply tough love because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges because you need them to learn a lesson, you are actually loving them.
You know, in Nigeria, there's a different kind of discipline.
Of course.
When she was 11, I decided to send her to Nigeria from the UK. She said, "You sure, am I going back?" I said, "No, you're not going back." And I sent her to secondary school here, and she was here for 6 years. And I didn't send her to her on Lashore, it's so deep inside Ilesha. And you know what? That was a life-changing moment for me and for her.
I did not like the way the West was going in terms of the woke culture that they were imbibing in our kids. And like you, I said to her, we're going for holiday. We're going for holiday for 3 weeks. I got back. I said, "You're not going back." And that was 3.5 years ago. Best decision I ever made.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book, or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. As a contribution. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogo, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children and gone back into my room and wept. Discipline is something that a single mom should not compromise.
I was always good cop, bad cop. I was quite strict. In my mind, I would say, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
So my daughter was quite headstrong as well, and it used to be a battle. It was a battle.
You apply tough love because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges because you need them to learn a lesson, you are actually loving them.
You know, in Nigeria, there's a different kind of discipline.
Of course.
When she was 11, I decided to send her to Nigeria from the UK. She said, am I going back? I said, no, you're not going back. And I sent her to secondary school here, and she was here for 6 years. And I didn't send her to her. On Lashore, it's so deep inside Ilesha. And you know what? That was a life-changing moment for me and for her.
I did not like the way the West was going in terms of the woke culture that they were imbibing in our kids. And like you, I said to her, we're going for holiday. We're going for holiday for 3 weeks. I got back. I said, you're not going back. And that was 3.5 years ago. Best decision I ever made.
Bola Tinubu outlines key reforms and vision for Nigeria's future amid economic struggles. In his first major media chat, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu shared updates on his government's efforts to address Nigeria's economic and security challenges, responding to criticism regarding the removal of fuel subsidies, tax reforms, and public spending. The president expressed deep sympathy for Nigerians affected by recent tragedies, emphasizing the need for better organization and discipline in charitable initiatives. He encouraged a more structured approach, urging society to adopt more efficient systems when addressing humanitarian needs.
It's a very serious and mixed feeling for all of us to lose loved ones. But are we looking at it from organizers' point of view? Or are you looking at it from the goodwill gesture of the people trying to give out whatever they have ancestral? And it's very sad that people are not well organized. We just have to be more disciplined in our society.
Tinubu firmly defended the decision to remove the fuel subsidy, calling it an essential step towards securing Nigeria's financial future. He rejected criticism of the suddenness of the policy change, asserting that the country could no longer afford to subsidize fuel at the cost of future generations, stressing that fiscal discipline and long-term planning were necessary for national growth. He also discussed Nigeria's efforts to manage debt more effectively and invest in infrastructure projects that would benefit the country for years to come. The president provided a roadmap to tackle Nigeria's high inflation rate, which currently stands at 34%, with a target of bringing it down to 15% by 2025. He highlighted initiatives to boost local production, support farmers, and encourage agricultural expansion, underscoring the importance of mechanized farming to enhance agricultural productivity. On the issue of corruption, President Tinubu expressed confidence in the ongoing efforts to tackle corruption through transparency and accountability. He highlighted the increase in public financial reporting and the strengthening of public sector reforms. He also defended the size of his cabinet, responding to criticisms that it was too large. The country is vast and the needs are significant, he explained, emphasizing that an efficient and well-structured government was necessary to address these needs. Acknowledging Nigeria's security challenges, particularly the conflicts between farmers and herders, the president noted that progress was being made in addressing these issues. He revealed that his government was prioritizing the growth of Nigeria's livestock sector, with major foreign investments aimed at turning livestock farming into a more profitable industry. We have the land, the livestock, and the opportunity to turn this sector into a source of prosperity, he stated. He also reassured Nigerians that the security situation was improving and that efforts were underway to strengthen the country's security architecture. On the matter of tax reforms, Tinubu defended the need for changes to Nigeria's tax system, particularly the increase in VAT. He acknowledged the concerns raised but argued that such reforms were necessary to modernize the country's tax structures, though he indicated that the government would continue to consult with stakeholders to address concerns and ensure fairness.
I don't have any regret whatsoever removing the subsidy. It is necessary. We cannot spend our future generations' investment upfront.
As the holiday season approaches, President Tinubu shared an optimistic vision for Nigeria's future. He thanked Nigerians for their support and urged unity in the face of ongoing challenges. The year 2025 is full of promise. We are on the right path, and together we will build a prosperous future for Nigeria, he concluded. The president's remarks focused on balancing the immediate economic difficulties with his long-term vision for Nigeria's recovery and growth, urging Nigerians to remain patient and hopeful as the government works to implement necessary reforms.
Let me first of all thank Nigerians for having confidence in me to be the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I'm very, very proud of that. And I don't want you to think I will take you for granted at any given time. I'm here to serve. It's all about service. And I'll do it with all my heart. I seek your cooperation at all the time. I seek your understanding. I understand the trouble you've been through, the economic problems. It's just 18 months that I've taken over the reign of this country. The promise is there. We are on the right path. We stay the course. We maintain focus. We share love with each other. Let us believe in ourselves and in our country. Yeah. Tomorrow will bring a glorious dawn. Thank you very much.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogun, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and I'm still in the studio with Mr. Daniel Obi, and we'll be going straight to the newspaper review straight away. And the big story here on The Punch is all about the 50% tariff hike. It says Nigerians may spend 6.74 trillion naira on calls. Now, Telecoms Group insists hike should have been lower and threatens suits ahead of February implementation date. Obviously, it's not been implemented, so they're threatening that there may be a suit ahead of the implementation date in February. Another one here is still the big story. So Trump returns as 47th U.S. president, rejects transgender and illegal immigration, and this happens to be like a little bit of a good news for Nigerians, because Nigerians are very anti-LGBTQ thingy. Then the court condemns media trial, denies EFCC arrest warrant request, says Otudeko others not properly served. And Onosanya goes on to say, I served with FBN with dedication and integrity. Otudeko goes on to say, I'll defend my reputation aggressively. Now, on the bottom left, says Sanwo-Olu pledges to work with new Lagos speaker, which for me is good news. Page 4 and 5, 6 killed, 3 injured in Ogun, multiple crashes. And on page 3, court adjourns Dangote Refinery's 100 billion naira suit against marketers. But let's start with, where would you like us to start from?
Let's start from the tariff increase. All right, the tariff increase we discussed earlier, you are making allusion that may be sued before the implementation. The suit from who? The suit against who? Is it against federal government? Is it against the TECO? I don't see any suit, but if the organized private sector is going to do that, I don't see the basis. If government is implementing this, approved the 50% tariff hike for TECOs to make them stand on the good firm to provide services. So I think that is a welcome development, and we expect that the TECOs will utilize the tariff increase to improve their services. That's the bottom line we're expecting, and stand firm to provide services for Nigerians, because Lizzie, like you know, demand for services, demand for calls, demand for data is really increasing, and businesses are relying more on data to run their businesses. Therefore, we expect telcos to leverage this opportunity to improve their services so that businesses will run on a smooth note.
And I want to hear your comment on Trump. Obviously, we've had that conversation earlier on his swearing in as the 47th president of the United States. But statements on him rejecting transgender. Yesterday, he had mentioned that there are just 2 genders, officially male and female gender, and then also conversations around him speaking against illegal immigration. These are like top things on the policies that he has mentioned. So rejecting transgender, I'm sure that might feel like some sort of, I don't know where you stand on that, positive side, negative side. Where do you stand?
I stand.
It seems like I just had to put you on this spot.
I stand with Trump on rejection of transgender, and I believe many religious organizations and players will equally stand on this I will start with him on this issue. Like you said earlier, we have two genders and the male, female, isn't it? A creation of third one is what we don't know where it's coming from. Some people may not believe in God, but we believe in God. He didn't create the third one. He created the two. And I will start with him. Trump has always been, I don't know why some people have are vast with some Trump policies. Trump is coming into, he believes he's a Christian and he's showing as a Christian, and he's going to build this on his philosophy, what he believes in.
So what does this also mean for people who, people that have embraced other genders, especially in the United States? What does this mean for them? What would this mean for them?
Oh, it will, they will see themselves as especially when government, you know, American government, when it says this will happen, and there are certain people have embraced the different gender, they will see themselves as, what is this one talking about? You know, they see themselves possibly as inferior, and they want to fight back. Okay, they want to fight back. The position is, you know, I don't know into thinking. You know, the world is going dynamic, and I don't know what they're thinking in their mind to have, be transgender or whatever you call it.
Because it's even beyond transgender. So there are people that identify as different things. There are people that identify as a tree. Some identify as a dog. Some identify as... Does it sound funny to you?
It does sound funny to me.
It's beyond even transgender, because the transgenders, if it's the transgenders, I think that at least you're transgender, if you're a man and you now identify as a woman, like you've changed your gender, you've gone under the cosmetic process. But there are people that identify as other things.
Yes, I'm saying.
So where do they stand? Because I wonder does this mean that, because when you're filling out documents these days, oftentimes you'd see different drop downs.
You see, Lizzie, you see, this conversation has always come up. You know, whether, I don't know whether that was going to come up in Nigeria. You know, whether some advocates, like you said, are going to advocate this. Because when you see forms, you see male, female. So some advocates are saying male, female, and this or this.
Yes, because I've filled many forms that I had all those plenty drop downs, non-binary, I prefer not to identify, all of that. I've seen all of that. So they now it's already a thing where it's not just male and female.
I don't know whether when Nigeria is equally advanced, because we've been asked to sign this transgender, this sex marriage policy laws, and which the West is equally promoting, and other European countries. This is not African thing. It's not African thing, and I believe that societies in Nigeria, though there are pockets of individuals promoting this in Nigeria, but I believe that most societies in Nigeria are going to reject this. Transgender, you might want to be a woman. Transgender, you want to be dog, you want to be cow, you want to be. To me, that my values don't agree with that. Okay, I don't agree with that. But if beginning to become a norm, kind of certain areas where forms are beginning to have other binary columns, you know, where you have male, female, I don't know. I don't know.
My concern, or what I'm thinking now is, does this mean that in the United States all of those things will have to stop? What are they going to put in place to make sure that those things are correct? Because it is really against this diversity, equity, this inclusion thing is against it.
No, listen, what if President speaks, because President and the Senate, if they buy into Trump's philosophy, ideology about this, of course, I don't know, maybe those forms that you begin to have those additional columns, maybe it will change and they begin to have two. Okay? And what that means is that those who have already gone through those processes will feel inferior. And like I said,
and then we'll go back to people feeling like minorities.
Yeah, and they begin to fight back.
Yes.
You know, they begin to fight back. So
it's a little problematic.
Yeah, it's going to have some protests as long as Trump goes into power to implement this. There may be some protests against him. And let me tell you, some of these guys and some of these people, they're really powerful. in terms of same-sex marriage.
Yes,
It's a transgender. They are powerful.
They are.
They are powerful. Remember the former presidents of America and arguing for same-sex marriage. I don't know how they want to, but they want to fight back. But let Trump have his way. Let him have his way. To me, in line with my value, let him have his way.
Your value is complete. Yes. I like that you stuck to something, because really, when these people, if they eventually start to fight back, you said it very correctly. They're actually powerful, and they have communities that are very strong.
Yeah.
They know they don't want to take no for an answer. So I'm just concerned about.
But the issue is, Lizzie. The issue to me is on what earth. What triggers, what informs this transgender? What informs this transformation from one sex to another thing? What is it? Craziness of life? What actually informs it? Is it outside? Okay, some people don't believe in any religion, but is it craziness of life? But what informs it actually? Why? To me, it's craziness of life.
Craziness of life, I wouldn't know, but the thing is,
it's
when you speak
to
these people, they have very cogent reasons. Probably they've always felt like a woman. They've always felt like a girl, because it's not only in old age where they become trans. So there are some of this Hollywood. I don't want to mention names. Some of this Hollywood
I
stars, their children
change
their genders from when they were young.
And an unfortunate thing about it is that schools in the West and America are beginning to teach this.
Yes, they are teaching, even in the cartoons as well.
Yeah, they're beginning to teach
sex, that
listen, it can become a woman, it can become a man. Yeah, they begin to teach this, and the children are imbibing this as they grow up.
And that's also one of the problems with this jackpot syndrome, because as you're also jackpotting, you're also exposing the young ones to this culture, especially because they are impressionable. So as an adult, you probably have formed your values, your opinions over time.
I totally
agree. As a young baby, they're already seeing this thing. So when I'm speaking to my nieces, man, they're telling me different things, of which the parents, like they try to guide them against it, but because when they go to the school, they're exposed to it, so it becomes a problem. So that's also the downside of the jackpot syndrome thing.
And like you said about this issue of transgender, I don't know policies Nigerian government or even societies are introducing to really, because to me, value system in Nigeria is fast eroding. Yeah, and when this begins to grow up in Nigeria about transgender, it can become this, where children are beginning to imbibe this, is going to spell negatively in future for Nigeria. I don't know how that will happen, but it's now beginning to, it's high time we've begun to check this in Nigeria. Even religious organizations, civil societies to begin, to make sure that we check this in school system and among children.
Well, we'll see about that. On the top right corner of the Punch newspaper, it says farmer herder crisis. More northern states adopt Ruger to curb clashes. So this is also on insecurity and all of that. So you had mentioned earlier that you wanted to commend.
Yeah. You see, Lizzie, I must say, federal government presently is doing great in checkmating insecurity in various regions of Nigeria. And why is this important? Okay, because we are an agrarian economy. Okay, we depend on agriculture, and if insecurity is actually putting a stop on agriculture, it's going to spell doom for Nigeria. Okay, farmers and herders always clashing, where herders are putting their cows okay, on the farms to eat up, and they will kill some of the farmers. Okay, farmers are afraid to go to farms, to cultivate because of insecurity and haters. So already it will not spell good for Nigerian economy. So government needs to, and in fact, I must encourage government on what it's doing and applaud them to continue their move, continue their onslaught against insecurity, against making sure that herders and farmers issues are tackled.
And I think this is a very commendable initiative, the Ruga initiative of making sure that they settle farmers, making sure that they've settled their family members, herder families, and just providing them with basic amenities. For me, that's really important to avoid clashes, because it's dissatisfaction that leads to some of these clashes that we see, especially in the northern states where the famine. Because if there is no settlement in those areas, we're going to have problems, because most of our agricultural produce is coming from the north.
Yeah, but the question with Ruga is, especially in the north, grazing has actually disappearing. Where the cattle eat and not the cows eat. Because they depend on these grasses to feed them, and it's really disappeared, and they're moving down south, to feed their cows and remain alive. Ruga issue is settlement to feed, but they need to maintain those areas. Make sure that they have grazes where the cows can eat, and that's the major problem. Instead of moving into farmlands to destroy farms that farmers are really dependent on for their survival. It's a really economic devastation if that happens along the line. So government needs to come in here to make sure that these issues of Ruga, these issues of cattle, herders and farmers are really tackled head on, so that we can have peace and people go back to farm.
That's actually really important. This one on page 17 from the front page says that Niger explosion death toll hit 98. As at yesterday, it was about 86.
Wow.
But now it has moved on to 98, and that was my concern from the conversation we had yesterday. I was saying to myself, and I was also saying to Mohammed, who was on the seat here, that we're talking 86. We're talking about lives. What can we do to curb all of this explosion, this incessant explosion that we see every year? We have like countless numbers of explosions, trade tanker falling, exploding, and all of that. And I was saying to him rather that wasn't there supposed to be a law that said that these trailers move at night, if I'm correct? But why do they move during the daytime?
Even if they move during the daytime or during the night, explosions can occur if the tankers are not well managed. The question is,
but it's the lives that will be on the road at that time.
Some will explode, where we have rural areas where houses are closer to the roads, and the fuel will spill down the road and burn houses, even when the families are sleeping. So even if they move in the night, so the question, Lizzie, here is, how do we move our petroleum products, across the country? I think pipeline process should be an option here, of moving petroleum products instead of moving them on the roads
But the pipelines also explode, don't they?
They explode more when you tamper with them, and that's the area I'm going into.
Okay.
Because you find out that you lay pipe here from here to another region. Along the line, you see some vandals, try to tamper with the pipeline, and along the line it will explode. But I don't think if there's no tampering, I don't think there's there's an element that's low rate that it will explode on its own. Instead it will spill. If it rusts, it will spill. So what needs to be done here is to find a way of laying pipes across the regions to transport petroleum products instead of moving them along the road. Then, if meanwhile, you know, there should be examination of tankers that move petroleum products, and the drivers that drive them were trained to drive safely and securely on the road. We know that the roads sometimes are rough, but well-trained drivers can really maneuver and take the products to the right destinations where they are meant for.
That's very true, and our heart goes out to those families that have lost their loved ones in this unfortunate incident. This other one says 6 killed, 3 injured in Ogun, multiple crashes. Now this also is a case of crashes. I think it was like vehicles, and when we're seeing cases like this often, I find it very sad. You know, we're talking about explosion, we're talking about crashes, we're talking about all of that. That's a really sad one. Now, Sanwo-Olu pledges to work with new Lagos Speaker. I thought that was very heartwarming because
yeah, you know, the former speaker was impeached about last week. Yeah, you know, some people have read meanings into the impeachment. Whatever it is, you know, this is politics across regions. But Sanwo-Olu has no choice than to work with the current speaker, you know, to make sure that the state is governed well. This is politics, like I said, and all of them. This is the situation is the assembly is check and balances, the executive and the legislature. You know, is check and balances. Yeah. So they should be checking this. They should be checking this. You know, but coming to say he wants to work with, you know, make sure that the state is governed well. That's why I subscribe to that, and I give him thumbs up for actually complete thumbs up to him on that. So let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper very quickly because we're running out of time. The big one on the Vanguard newspaper says that ahead of 2027, why opposition can't upstage ruling party. That's the big story on the Vanguard newspaper, and then it goes on to talk about the elevated inflation and as a major economic challenge. This one is a comment by Wale Edun. Trump takes oath as 47th president. Of course, we can see that the big story on every newspaper is all about Trump as well. And then I was saved by God to make America great again. I know you want to make comment on that. NCC approves 50% tariff rise for telecom operators. That's big news. In sports, Chele Okocha calls for support. But quickly on the top, Edo Gubernatorial Tribunal, journalists attack, that's DSS, APC supporters clash. Now, Wabara goes on to say, I won't join issues with Wike. Lizzie, let's take on the ahead of 2027. I know, I would like call it tensions, or would like call it groups that emerging ahead of 2027. Discussions are going on here and there ahead of 2027. But the question Vanguard says, why opposition can't upstage ruling party? You know, why is in Nigeria the challenge we have is that politicians don't appear to have a strong ideology. You know, that you want to remain in a party with that ideology and remain there forever. Okay, you know, you see politicians jumping from one political party another. There are different ideologies. There are different views they have. You know, you don't see Trump jumping from Republican to Democrat. So these are the issues in Nigeria. This is why, you know, today Labour Party wins, all the politicians jump to, jumps to Labour Party. PDP wins and they
move to any successful
they move one. That second one again is that these guys, these politicians, they want to remain relevant. You know, they don't want to lose their relevance by being in lost party. Okay, so they all move in droves to winning parties. Okay, this is why it is difficult to upstage ruling party. Secondly, is that ruling parties, you know, Nigeria has this system of you are a president, you are the power, you have control of the whole systems. You know, that's what they call state capture. state capture. These ruling parties, they appoint the CJ is your man, police is your man, all the key appointments, institutions, that for that ruling party. Again, the electoral body, how credible is it? To what extent do Nigerians rely on the electoral body to be a fair umpire in elections? Okay, so these are the issues that make it difficult. Look at Jonathan; he was fair, upstaged him. It's there. But we need to see what happened in Ghana, happened in Nigeria, where people's votes, people speak, and it's held that way. To me.
I like the point that you mentioned about the fear of losing relevance and all of that. Why opposition can't upstage ruling parties, and some of just the sentiment that our politicians use to approach whatever it is they're doing. For me, I think that in Nigeria, one of the major challenges that we have, I think, and I'll just go back from what you've said, one of the major challenges that we have in Nigeria is the fact that we have a country where it's like people, just like you mentioned, don't have strong ideologies. It's like when we're talking America, we have the what do you call them?
Democratic and
then
Democrats and the
Republican.
Republicans.
Yeah. So, and you know their policies. You know what they stand for. But here in Nigeria, I don't want to mention all of them. We have just a lot of them. What do these parties even truly stand for? It's always like a case of, today it's PDP. You can't say. So when you say you're a Democrat, when you say you're a Republican, we know the ideologies you would be speaking of. We know the policies that you'd be speaking of. But when we're talking about Nigeria, there's a truckload of them. But yeah, we know we have like maybe 3 ruling parties here in Nigeria. I don't know if you agree with me on that.
Don't say 3 ruling parties. We have only 1 ruling party.
Okay, 3 major parties.
Okay, yes.
There but 1 ruling party. But do you agree that we have 3 major parties?
Others there are many political parties. There are many political parties. If you say those 3 you are trying to refer to are men, I don't. Others will say we don't men too. So they are there, depending on how they are amplified. Because I know
but what really are there? Do they really have any policies that guide them, or it's about who is there part time? Do they really have policies that guide these parties?
You see, for instance, Labour Party and PDP seem to have similar ideology about interest of the people. I think all of them too, but it depends on approach. Approach of political parties all over. Their interest is people. Their interest is development, but approach. Okay, some will come with different policies like tax. Some say no, tax is let government fund. Some will come with a different system. So depending on approach on how to move the economy forward. But in Nigeria, that's why I'm saying whether politicians have the ideology.
But they seem to be selfish in Nigeria. I think selfishness is the major problem.
You mean the politicians?
Yes.
Selfishness may not be the word, but the question is, how are they approaching development? How they are approaching development. If money is voted for projects, if money is given to constituents for development, does it go that way as spelled out? I don't know what do you mean by selfishness, corruption. I don't know, but we should see people should ask questions. This is the time in Nigeria that Nigerians should begin to ask their politicians, the voting politicians, questions on what they're doing with in terms of policies, in terms of voting, in terms of allocation of funds for state development.
And I think that's one good thing that SERAP is always doing. Socio-economic rights and accountability project. They're always calling out all of these issues from time to time, calling them to account and all of that. I think that's one project, that's one group that really, really always goes speaks for the masses, so to speak. Even though sometimes I'm always against them. When I say against, I'm always questioning the fact that all of this accountability that they're asking for, do they actually get responses or not?
In fact, Nigerians should begin to ask more questions, and I think
and they're beginning to do that.
The media will begin to amplify their questions to keep the politicians in check. You know, and this is what we need to do going forward in Nigeria.
Yeah. But let's look quickly at what the Business Day paper is saying. This is Business Day television, and this is our own newspaper. So the big story on our paper says, where to invest 10 million naira in 2025. Equities, fixed income seen yielding high returns. This is the big story on the Business Day newspaper today. And 5 things to change after Trump's inauguration. New U.S. president promises to pump more oil. Panic over deportation of illegal migrants. Then again, the conversation on phone calls to cost 16.5 million as NCC hikes rate by 50%. But let's quickly just talk about where to invest 10 million in 2025.
You know why I like Business Day? Not necessarily because I'm in business, but let me tell you why I like Business Day. Business Day offers investors, offers Nigerians opportunities, shows them the compass, you know, where they take their money to. Business Day news report broadens the mind of investors.
It does.
It broadens the mind of Nigerians to say, look at where the opportunities are. And that story is equally one of them, showing Nigerians where to invest. Because a lot of people, some Nigerians that have money, they don't know what to do with it. Okay, they say, what do I do with this? What do I do with this? But with that story, I believe that story, I've not read it, but it will provide a compass. It will provide opportunities. For instance, in yield, is it TB? Is it treasury bill? Is it stock market? Now it will tell you stocks that are doing well. It will tell you interest rate on TB. It will show you opportunities where you can invest. And this is why, in fact, Nigerians, investors across spectrum should embrace Business Day every day. Because Business Day is business.
That's a true call to action, and there's a pillar we do play on the channel that from Akiwumi Adeshina, president of AFDB, where he says that if you really mean business, you should start your day with Business Day. And it's correct.
That is
true call to action.
Oh, spot on.
True call to action, because this is where you get analysis, in-depth analysis that will guide you if you truly mean business. So you grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper. It's everywhere around you, hotels, you name it. Grab a copy, and also you can also subscribe to the Business Day Premium. That's where you get like some more premium news. You should find that. And our cartoon of the day is also something that's really special about Business Day newspaper. It's the cartoon of the day. So let's take a look at what the cartoon of the day is showing. So that's it on the screen.
Okay.
It's something like a fuel, it's a fuel pump, so you can see the fuel price. If you can see it closely, so it has prices of 1,050 to 1,100, 1,200 to 1,003, now 1,004, and it writes going, gone.
It becomes like a bitter thing, and our cartoonist Asoko is an award winner cartoonist, and everybody comments his cartoon is a narration of many words in just a concise form, and I commend him. Here you can see the increase in prices of, even if it didn't start, if you started like 8 years ago, you start from 187, 165, 187, 200, in that order, going up and down. But I think that's what triggered this is removal of fuel subsidy, where and the importation of fuel. Thank God that the Dangote refinery has come on stream, and let's see how that will quality ameliorate and compete with importation of fuel. But Nigerians are adjusting, like we said earlier, about the price, fuel price increases. For you to, if you're living on mainland and you work on the island, in fact, you need about 80,000 every week,
wow,
to fill your car, and that will equally that will make you adjust another other lifestyles because you have to drive it. If not, you face problems. So the price increase, Nigerians have adjusted to it, and we are still adjusting.
We're still adjusting.
We are resilient.
It keeps getting adjusted every day, just as the fuel pumps are adjusting. We are also adjusting.
We're adjusting.
But that's our cartoon of the day today. Always very punchy, very catchy, very conversational, and that's how we bring it to a close here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Precisely our front pages. We'll be back soon for more stories. Do stay with us, and thank you so much, Mr. Daniel Obi, for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Lizzie.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children and gone back into my room and wept. Discipline is something that a single mom should not compromise.
I was always good cop, bad cop. I was quite strict. In my mind, I would say, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
So my daughter was quite headstrong as well, and it used to be a battle. It was a battle.
You apply tough love because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges because you need them to learn a lesson, you are actually loving them.
You know, in Nigeria, there's a different kind of discipline.
Of course.
When she was 11, I decided to send her to Nigeria from the UK. She said, "Are you sure about going back?" I said, "No, you're not going back." And I sent her to secondary school here, and she was here for 6 years. And I didn't send her to Olashore, it's so deep inside Ilesha. And you know what? That was a life-changing moment for me and for her.
I did not like the way the West was going in terms of the woke culture that they were imbibing in our kids. And like you, I said to her, we're going for holiday for 3 weeks. I got back, I said, you're not going back. And that was 3.5 years ago. Best decision I ever made.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adira was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating. As Adira production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up, they've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them, but I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandma, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adira makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloths in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And by the you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. As a contribution. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogun, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself, in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Welcome back. This is the big story on BDTV. This is your trusted platform for breaking down the key issues shaping our economy, our industry, and nation. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and as always, it's a pleasure to have you start your day with us. In the big story segment today, we'll look at the persistent rise in the price of petrol, detailing the causes, its implications, and possible solutions that can be put in place to stabilize it. By December, Nigerians were happy and even praised the federal government and operators in the downstream sector of the petroleum industry for not just ensuring stable product supply in the economy, but reducing prices. But all too sudden, we are beginning to see queues and rising prices. Meanwhile, to help us understand this very important issue, we're joined by our in-house analyst, our senior energy correspondent here at Business Day, Dipo Oladeyinde. Dipo, it's good to have you.
Yeah, good morning, Elizabeth. It's good to be here once again. Thanks.
How are you today?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm very fine. How about you?
I'm very well, thank you. So how's the year been for you? So far, so good. With the energy sector, what has it been like for you?
Well, we have a new guy in town. There's a new sheriff in town at the US. So Donald Trump is the most topical thing right now. And so everybody is talking about the fact that yes, the effect of this new administration, the impact it's going to have on the global oil markets, international trade, movement of goods and services across the country. So interesting 2025.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to be really interesting. So let's go straight to our conversation today. What's driving these changes in prices of petrol, and are the right measures being put in place to tackle these changes in price of petrol?
Okay, so if you recall, during the festive period, there was a little drop in the price of petrol. Now, what we've noticed in the last quarter of 2024 was so the international crude oil price has been a bit stable, so which is one of the reasons why Dangote Refinery at some point had to announce a slight decrease in price. Now, when you look at the cost components of petrol, there's a lot of cost implication that goes into arriving at that retail price of 900, 980, 950, wherever the case may be. Now, the cost of refining, the margins are a bit slim, but then the major fundamentals driving the retail price of petrols are two things: the international price of crude oil, and then the exchange rates of the country in question, that's Nigeria. So you're talking about your exchange rate, how stable it is, and then how stable is the international price of crude oil. Now, during the festive seasons, international crude oil prices were a bit down. We're talking about 70 to 75%, $70 to $75 per barrel. So that was a bit on the low side compared to now, where we are doing $81 to $85 per barrel. Now, the difference between that is what has led to this increase in price. Again, last year, prices were a bit stable. Now we've seen anytime there's movement in the international market, anytime there's crisis in the Middle East, anytime there is any major development happening in the Middle East, it's always caused a ripple effect on the movement of international oil price. The current one we are witnessing now is because the US are threatening to sanction some Russia's oil export facility, and so that itself is causing ripple effect in the market. And now there's also the anticipation that with Trump in power, there's every likelihood he has the ability. He has always talked about the fact that he wants to drill more oil. He wants to pump more oil into the market. Trump basically believed that America should be the biggest oil producing country. Now, the more supply of crude oil you have into the market, the prices would eventually have to go down at some point, and then that would. So for Nigeria, yes, so in the first quarter of 2025, we'll likely see higher oil prices driven by activities in the Middle East. But as time goes on, when the Trump effect starts stimulating into the market, the prices will start going down. So for Nigeria, it's two things. Your oil revenue as well is benchmarked to the dollar. The federal government in 2025 placed oil. They're expecting oil to be at $75 per barrel for us to have a successful 2025 budget. Now, if oil prices are going down, it's a two-edged sword. It's either your petrol prices are going down and your oil revenues are also going down. If oil prices are going up, your oil revenues are going up, your petrol prices are also going up. So it's two sides of it. But again, time will tell how prepared we are to adjust for some of these things that are completely outside our control.
And speaking of some of the things that are completely out of our control, what do you think will be some of the implications of this for the economy itself, for businesses, and for Nigerians?
Okay, so apart from petrol, I think another major thing that we are looking at is the price of diesel as well. So a lot of businesses rely on diesel for their cost of operations, because again the grid has not been stable. So a lot of people rely on diesel prices to adjust for some of the things they would want to do. So what we are looking at now is the fact that going into 2025, we expect diesel prices as well to move in the direction of international crude oil prices. Because let's not forget, for petrol, because we've not witnessed a full deregulation in the market, so we are used to static petrol prices. Petrol prices can remain the same for 2 years, 3 years, but that's not the case. In a deregulated market, the petrol prices will always move. In some countries, the prices move every month, twice a week or 2 times a month or the rest of it. Why? Because there's a deregulated market. The prices moves as international crude oil prices moves. But now in a deregulated market, yes, we would have that. Then for diesel as well, we also have that kind of movement in diesel. So a lot of businesses rely on diesel for their operations, and so we would also expect that diesel prices will go down as much as the Trump era keeps pumping crude oil, pump more oil into the market. So when there is excess supply of crude oil into the market, there'll be lower oil prices.
Okay, so how long do you think this is likely to last? And is there any hope of it crashing again anytime soon?
Well, again, you look at the market. The market is very, very volatile. You kill one Iranian leader today, and then oil prices can jump as high as $70 per barrel, $80 per barrel, and the rest of it. So we have a very, very volatile oil market. But what the analysts are looking at, so JP Morgan, for instance, released their oil outlook for 2025, and they are predicting that we are currently in an era of $85 per barrel to $90 per barrel for 2025. So you look at the Wall Street Journal as well are predicting that we'll likely knock on a $100 per barrel crude oil price for 2025. Now, I mean, all of these are forecasts, but the most important thing is to make sure that we've edged against all of these movements in the international oil crude oil prices, which is why we've always advocated for the fact that if we have an efficient downstream sector in Nigeria, if we have a market where investments are really flowing in, if they talk about CNG, is we move away from the talk stage to the implementation stage of some of government's policies, then I think we'll be better prepared for some of this volatility we'll witness across the markets.
So Dipo, what would you say is the role of the OPEC, NMPCL, and private local refiners in all of this?
Okay, so let me start from OPEC, which you mentioned, which is a very good question. So for OPEC, Nigeria is a member of OPEC. And so what OPEC have always done at different points in time is they've always come together as a body to say, look, would all of us need to take production cuts. So for instance, Nigeria, we know you are capable of producing 2 million barrels per day, but can you do 1.5 so that the market is not saturated, is not oversupplied? And so apart from OPEC, we have the non-OPEC members as well, which is the United States and then which is Russia. So at different points in time, these two bodies, OPEC and the non-OPEC members, they've always come together and say, look, what can we do to make sure that we don't have excess supply of crude oil in the market, that prices are below $10 per barrel, $15 per barrel. So they've always come together and say, look, what can we do? So we expect that to also come into play in 2025. We expect at some point the OPEC members will sit down among themselves and say, look, what can we do together to make sure that countries are not, the market is not fully supplied of crude oil. So countries will take production cuts. For instance, Saudi Arabia has the capability of doing 11 million barrels per day. They would have to do 10 or 9 million barrels per day. Other countries as well will likely take that production cut. So for refiners, the biggest advantage of being an oil-producing country is your ability to domesticate the value chain of crude oil. So what that means is our refineries are currently working. So you have the Warri refinery that is back on stream, although not at 100%. The Port Harcourt refinery as well is also back on stream, not at 100%. Dangote refinery is ramping up, and we expect them to be knocking 500,000 barrels per day today before the end of 2025, which is also a good thing. So if we can domesticate that value chain, we can also make sure that, look, all the derivatives of crude oil are within the Nigerian system. We can get value for money, and then we can make sure that there is always supply of crude oil. There's always supply of petroleum products into the market. So one thing we are sure of this year is the possibility of petrol scarcity is very, very slim. It's almost, we shouldn't, because we have working refineries now, so there won't be scarcity. Now, at what price would you be buying? That's a different conversation entirely, but definitely there will be supply of petroleum products, either it's petrol, either it's diesel, into the market.
So Dikpo, what would you say is the reason why investments are not flowing into the Nigerian oil sector?
Well, so again, if you look down the road, for many years we struggle to pass the legislative acts that would boost investments into the sector. That was the petroleum industry bill. That is currently an act now. That act took like forever. So for like 20 years, while other countries are reviewing their laws, creating systems in place to attract investments, we were not doing that. So now we've passed the law. The biggest challenge we face concerning the Petroleum Industry Act is the implementation of that act, because a large chunk of the people who would implement this act are also the same set of people who have been there when the system was completely inefficient. So you can't, it's like building a house and then building a brand new house and then putting the same set of people which were in the default house into the brand new house. You would always get the same result. So implementation is a big, very, very, very big challenge. The other challenge we face is ease of doing business in Nigeria compared to other African countries. Now, at some point last year, BusinessDay wrote a report where we looked at regulators in the upstream or in the energy sector. And then we discovered that in Nigeria, when you want to do oil and gas business in Nigeria, you have to interface with at least 20 to 25 regulators. In other countries, in Angola, you are interfacing with just 2 regulators. In Namibia, you are interfacing with 1. In Angola, you are interfacing with 2, minimum, 2, 3, 4. The maximum you get is 4. In Nigeria, to do business in oil and gas business in Nigeria, you are going through Ministry of Petroleum, you are going through permanent secretaries, you are going through NNPC, you go through NUPRC, you go through NMDPRA, you go through NNPC. Now you go to the states, you are dealing with the Commissioner of Energy for each state, you are dealing with the local government, you are dealing with a whole lot of yacht. So all of these things are bottleneck. And one thing about investments moves in the direction of ease.
Okay.
The easier they move, if they find ease anywhere, they easily flow to that place. So anywhere they have freedom, anywhere they have liberty to move in and then to move out. And then don't not forget, last year was also, the exchange rate was very volatile. At some point, we are adding 100 naira every day to the value of the exchange rate, so which also another disincentive for investment. So we basically need to make sure that the exchange rate is stable. We need to make sure that we put the right structures in place. And then we need to make sure that we implement our laws. I think some would argue that Nigeria has some of the best laws anywhere in the world. But then implementing these laws is where we are always stuck at. And so we would expect more in 2025.
And then speaking of domestication and then putting the right structures in place, what would do you have any updates on the state of the Port Harcourt and Warri refineries?
Well, so the last update we got from NNPC is the fact that we should be expecting close to 80% performance in 2025. So they've started doing diesel, they've started doing aviation fuel, and so we shouldn't expect them in Lagos. Definitely, we should expect supply in the southern part of Nigeria, because that's where the refinery was built to supply products to. So all of the southeast, all of the south, you should start seeing products from that, from Warri, Port Harcourt refinery supply to those areas. Now for Warri refinery, we should also expect, I think the timeline is for Port Harcourt refinery, we should be getting 90%, close to 90 to 80% performance this year. For Warri refinery, we should be expecting 60 to 65%. Now all of this is edged on access to crude oil. Access to crude oil is a big problem. Yes, Nigeria is Africa's biggest oil producing country, but some of our refineries struggles to access crude oil because all of Nigeria's crude oil, some of them have been mortgaged for oil for loan swap. Some of them have been edged across the market, so it's difficult to get crude oil. But then again, we would expect the NNPC to be more innovative this year, get all of our idle stream on board, and then we should expect a fantastic performance.
Deepo, speaking of fantastic performance, I'm going to hold on to what you said about there being an unlikely case of having fuel scarcity this year. You said it, I'm going to hold you to that in case anything like that happens. But thank you so much, Deepo, for those insights. We'll continue to update you on recent development, but that's all we can take today on The Big Story. Just stay tuned.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children and gone back into my room and wept. Discipline is something that a single mom should not compromise.
I was always good cop, bad cop. I was quite strict. In my mind, I would say, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
So my daughter was quite headstrong as well, and it used to be a battle. It was a battle.
You apply tough love because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges because you need them to learn a lesson, you are actually loving them.
You know, in Nigeria, there's a different kind of discipline.
Of course.
When she was 11, I decided to send her to Nigeria from the UK. She said, "You sure am I going back?" I said, "No, you're not going back." And I sent her to secondary school here, and she was here for 6 years. And I didn't send her to her on Lashore, it's so deep inside Ilesha. And you know what? That was a life-changing moment for me and for her.
I did not like the way the West was going in terms of the woke culture that they were imbibing in our kids. And like you, I said to her, we're going for holiday. We're going for holiday for 3 weeks. I got back. I said, you're not going back. And that was 3.5 years ago. Best decision I ever made.
Hello there. Welcome to the Business Day exclusive. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today I'm in conversations with Ms. Adaora Ayoade. She is the MD, CEO, and lead coach of EZ37 Solutions Limited, and she has over 30 years of diverse industry experience in HR and management consulting. She's a professional coach focusing on executive and strategic leadership. Welcome to the show, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. Great to be here.
Awesome. Very lovely to be speaking to you today, and you look awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let me start by asking, how did you, find yourself in this field of, professional coaching, and what are some of the impacts that your time on this job, what are some of the impacts that you have recorded?
Interestingly, the way I found myself in this space was based on a request from a multinational client who recognized they had a need for coaching in their organization and reached out to me. And really that was where the journey started and my whole interest and passion in coaching began. Now, with regards to the impact of coaching and the achievements recorded in the many years that I've been in this space, I would say that I'm increasingly and really very grateful to Almighty God, because there have been so many numerous achievements along the way that I struggle to think of which one to actually name as the greatest achievement. From being the president of ICF Nigeria chapter. ICF is the International Coaching Federation, which is the leading and largest body of professional coaches globally. So from being the president of the Nigerian chapter to being the global co-leader for Europe, Middle East, and Africa for ICF Education.
Fantastic.
Thank you. To being featured in Forbes, to having co-authored, the very first book on professional coaching in Nigeria, which is, coaching from the African perspective, to having received awards, leadership award, and most recently a coaching excellence award. There have been so many achievements, and even the testimonials I have received from numerous organizational leaders that I support, multinational organizational leaders, who talk about the impact that coaching has had, not just on their personal lives, but even contributing to the success of their professional lives and, towards the impact in their organizations. When they talk about how coaching has led to and contributed to success in their organizations and the ROI that they were expecting, having received that, it's really been huge achievements for me and very rewarding. I would really say that the greatest achievement would be serving as a CEO of EZ37 Solutions. We are one of two accredited organizations in Nigeria by the ICF. And so being able to support thousands of individuals all over the world to transform lives, to impact organizations, really has been the greatest achievement. So really it's being the CEO of EZ37 Solutions and working with really incredible team members. That has been my greatest achievement.
Fantastic. So what role do you think that coaching plays in organizational and individual transformation in general?
So Lizzie, we're in a very fast-paced world, and we really cannot bring the knowledge of yesterday to solve the ever-changing problems of today. And so for individuals, coaching unlocks their potential. It really helps them to have a growth mindset, to really consider creative and innovative ways to find solutions to a number of challenges that they may be facing. Sometimes they have, obstacles they have to cross, and they're looking for ways to be able to do that. So coaching unlocks the potential of individuals, untapped potential. It unlocks that. And then for organizations, you find that, coaching really supports in improving performance. Organizations have goals that they want to achieve. And so coaching supports in enabling the achievement of those goals and creating a very enabling environment for people to really thrive and to feel engaged and to contribute towards the success of such organizations. So culture transformation, leadership transformation, clarity, change, courage. There's so many benefits that coaching provides for individuals and the organizations that they serve.
Yeah, fantastic. And but speaking of leadership transformation, what are some of the areas that you have seen in your time working as a professional coach? What are some of the areas that you've seen leaders lacking in?
So interestingly, self-awareness. Lizzie, a number of leaders are, they may feel, I know myself, so they may have the internal self-awareness, but the external self-awareness is lacking sometimes. So coaching really enables them to have a better perspective of how their behaviors are being viewed and, perceived and received. So I think self-awareness is a huge one. I think decision-making is another key one. You find that strategic leadership, being able to have that strategic mindset, is another area of need. And then, of course, emotional intelligence, Lizzie. Emotional intelligence. Sometimes you find that, people are dealing with things from different angles, and how do they navigate but still, maintain the front that enables people not to sort of run away from them because they feel this person is going to explode. So emotional intelligence and resilience. Yeah.
Awesome. So what areas do you say that individuals must pay more consideration to as they grow?
So individuals, generally, I would say there are a number of areas individuals should pay attention to, and some of which I've just spoken about, because we are all leaders in different capacities. We're all influencing individuals or organizations in one way or the other. So we need resilience. We need resilience. We need to have that change management mindset. We need to pay attention to having a growth mindset. We need to work on our emotional intelligence. We We need to work on our critical thinking skills. And, sometimes people have these blockers. Some people call it obstacles, things that get in the way. And coaching helps them to, in that safe, non-judgmental space, it enables them to look beyond those obstacles to identify solutions that they may not even have realized was within them. So, these are some of the areas that people, individuals, leaders should pay attention to.
Fantastic. So knowing full well about the importance of coaching and all of these things you've said, are there sectors in Nigeria that need urgent coaching attention?
That's an interesting one, Lizzie. I think I would say almost every sector in Nigeria could really benefit from, coaching and coaching interventions. In particular, sectors that there's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress, there's a lot of, high targets to be met. Such sectors could actually really benefit from coaching because they're looking at ways to think creatively, to come up with novel and new ways to stay competitive. So you find sectors like finance sector, very fast paced. You have people having some targets and you're like, this is interesting. So financial sector, oil and gas, you have, telecommunications, FMCG, sectors where they really need leadership development. They need improved governance. They need effective policies and programs. So across various sectors, coaching is needed.
Good. So would you say Nigerians are engaging enough in the areas of coaching? And what would you say are some of the best practices that will make, Nigerians thrive when they adopt coaching? I don't know that generally people employ professional coaches. It seems to be like something that is very elitist, like, oh, have I finished eating and I want to employ a professional coach? So what would you say are some of the best practices that Nigerians can actually adopt in terms of engaging with professional coaching?
So I would say that, the awareness of coaching is growing in Nigeria. And I really want to applaud BusinessDay and, the efforts being made to create the awareness around coaching, because there's still a lot of room for people to recognize the transformational impact, the benefits of coaching. And when you say it's seemed as elitist, there's a lot more democratization of coaching. People are embracing coaching at different levels of organizations, or even entrepreneurs, even individuals, not just businesses. I would say that I spoke about the International Coaching Federation earlier.
Yes, you did.
And they are the gold standard. Now, I am an ICF professionally credentialed coach, right? I'm certified by this gold standard. My organization is also certified. We're accredited by the International Coaching Federation. So really, when we're thinking about how does anybody ensure that the standard is maintained, is to engage with organizations like ourselves, EZ 37 Solutions, who have a promise to ensure that we consistently maintain, world-class standards and employ best practices in what we do when it comes to coaching. So we're offering coaching to organizations and individuals. We also offer pro bono coaching opportunities to organizations and individuals. So we're making it accessible. So when I talk about the democratization of coaching, it's real.
So finally, you've spoken about the work that EZ 37 Solutions is doing, which is amazing. So for someone who probably wants to venture into professional coaching, not just the people who want to use your services, what would you say are some of the traits they should see in themselves before they say, you know what, I think I should venture, I think I could reach out to EZ 37 to coach me? What are some of the traits they should look out for?
Somebody who wants to be an agent of change.
Okay.
If you want to be an agent of change, if you want to make an impact in your world, if you truly want to show up as an authentic contributor to making the world a better place, that's what you need. We will then, being a coaching institution, we will then support with the skills, with the competences, with the mindsets, with the tools, everything that's needed. Having that passion, having that desire to be a change agent, to bring about sustainable change. And our world needs more change agents. So I think with that, you've got all you need to get started.
I think you've said it all. I mean, you literally just said just being the person who wants to be a change agent. And I think everyone should want to be a change agent. I want to be a change agent.
Beautiful.
I'm a change agent, so I think it's fantastic.
Absolutely.
I want to really commend you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
And I hope that we keep seeing, this impact that you're making every day. We keep seeing it around our world, in Nigeria and even beyond. So well done, ma'am. And it's lovely talking to you.
Thank you, Lizzie. It's been a pleasure speaking to you too. Thank you. And I truly appreciate Business Day for creating this vibration around coaching. Thank you.
Absolutely. So there you have it. I've just had a very enlightening conversation with Mrs. Adora Ayoade on professional coaching. It was indeed very remarkable. We hope you keep watching Business Day. We are on all social media platforms at Business Day NG. Thank you for watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
Banning, what's it called, or suspending some exchanges and what have you. It's just a process. So the issue of challenges with P2Ps and what have you, I think that the model to adopt should be the stock market model also. License the exchanges and let the P2Ps, like you have NGX, NASD, and FMDQ, and the P2Ps will now be like stockbrokers under the exchanges, and that way you can regulate them. That way it becomes more transparent to see things that are happening in that space. But it's an emerging space, and there's a lot to be done. So you see that even our regulators are well positioned for this interplay. It's how the interoperability amongst the regulators work that's going to define how this happen. So why is payment important? We need to pay for services and for goods. So in the process of paying for services and goods, how do I ensure that, or we ensure that I'm trying to pay for bread, and in the process of that transaction, somebody hijacks that money? That means I can't eat bread. So payment's twin brother is fraud. And what exactly is fraud? It's as simple as taking what does not belong to you, either by cyber means or looting of public funds. That's fraud. So in terms of, we need to really look at cybersecurity, build on it, ensure that we have vigilance, there's commitment.
Hello everyone, you're welcome to this week's edition of the Business Day Exclusive. Today we have Patrick Njoroge, the former Central Bank of Kenya governor, who will be talking to us today about his experience as a central bank governor in Kenya, his milestones and successes, as well as some of the interesting discoveries he made during his short stint here in Nigeria. During your tenure as the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, you split a lot of hairs, especially for the tight grip on the banking system. But you still ended up winning 4 awards as the African Central Banker of the Year during your 8-year stint. So, what memories have remained with you from your time as CBK governor today?
Basically, the 8 years were, I would say, very eventful. A lot of events. And I think first, when we started off, we did have significant macroeconomic imbalances, inflation, exchange rate, etc. And also in the course of our time there, we were hit by many shocks. This is a time when I think the number of shocks and size of shocks increased dramatically. So volatility was a big issue. And the shocks, obviously, some of them were internal, and others were external. The price of oil, for instance, interest rates as well, external interest rates. All those things were things that we had to deal with. So the enduring memory is one of being in a boat out in the ocean and the waves, sort of battering the poor little thing. That's the memory I have. But I think at the end of the day, we brought it to shore. And it is true, maybe there were some large waves that almost capsized the entire economy. For instance, the interest rate caps that were imposed, and also some banking sector shocks. 3 banks were closed, and other shocks like that. But I think the enduring memory is one of having made it safely to port because of the collective support of people, meaning first the central bank staff, phenomenal. Secondly, all the banking sector operators working, understanding their role, and of course, more generally, the political class, meaning the administration supporting us in our objectives. So we believe that the enduring memory I have is one of having strengthened the system and leaving a better fit for purpose financial sector.
What was your vision for the Central Bank of Kenya during your stint as governor? And would you say you're comfortable with what was achieved?
The vision that we had was one of a modern, world-class central bank. And that's really the dominant, let's say, direction, our North Star, our guiding star during the time we were there. Now, that really meant that we needed to improve whatever was there in order to be that modern central bank in both the systems, the processes, and the people. So it wasn't just a general thing. So in each area of the central bank, we needed to be world-class. So we just went up one after the other, Obviously, everybody first had to be seized by this vision and understand that in their space, they need to improve the systems, the processes, right, and the people, right from, let's say, the people who do the cleaning or the security to, how the governor did his work. Everybody had to be world class and all the processes around that. So it was a dominant sort of direction. And I think we achieved that in various ways. And I think it's a vision that continues to guide the central bank after we've left the place. But I think it is something that we can say we are proud of, because in some areas, actually, it is true. There has been recognition, even externally. For instance, a key area, we won a prize on central banking prize. This was in 2016 in the area of communication in terms of our website. The best website was central banks. And then just most recently, we won a prize. This is after I'd left the place, on a project that we had been doing for 5 years. And this was the Central Securities Depository. Again, the best Central Securities Depository in the world. So it is a validation of achieving a vision. But that doesn't mean that it has ended. But I am delighted that we have been recognized. But there are many other things that have not been recognized. The people, the training we had to do, the improvement in, let's say, the processes that they did. So that's really what I can say. And I'm most proud of what we've done during that period.
Okay, so you alluded earlier to interest rate curbs, that happened while you were governor. I know that, yes, indeed, one was imposed in September 2016. And I know that you were very vocal in opposing those interest rate curbs on how much banks could charge on loans to customers, because it was felt at the time that some of these banks were ripping off customers with high interest rates that were not. And then you wanted them to show walk-ins and all of that. The government wanted them to show walk-ins and all of that. So you opposed that. What were your concerns at the time with that policy?
So really, the whole story around interest rate caps, the genesis of it was a general concern that banks or customers were being charged very high interest rates on loans. Also, there are other things, nuisance costs or nuisance charges on all sorts of things. So that sort of general feeling, and the population felt that actually the bankers, the banking sector was tone deaf. So their concerns and their cries had fallen on deaf ears. At the same time, the banks were doing very well in terms of their return on equity, etc. So it didn't, there was clearly a problem. And unfortunately, if you have a hammer, everything you see looks like a nail. So the politicians, the legislators make laws, and they thought that the way to deal with it is to make a law that actually dictated what needed to happen. And we opposed that because first, having an interest rate cap was going to have significant consequences, negative consequences on the economy. Beyond despite the issues that they were trying to address, there will be other much larger, much more adverse consequences, such as things like we say that there will be significant rationing of credit, and so it will be available to just some people. And so banks won't do what you expect them to do, which is have credit available to most borrowers, etc. And then other things as well. There'll be also, I mean, it's not clear that banks will end up having lower income, right? They'll continue with this lack of sort of understanding of where the customer is, etc. So we opposed it because we knew that that is actually not even the best practice around the world, and we say there are other ways of dealing with this thing. Anyway, be as it may, we were overruled. It went ahead, and indeed, what then happened is we communicated to the public. We told the public these are the things that are going to happen, and indeed, after they went ahead, and the law was put in place. It was put in place on September 14th, 2016, which was the 50th anniversary of the central bank. So that was a 50th anniversary gift on that very day. So the point is that what the consequences were exactly as we had mentioned, and indeed as dire, and they pushed down the economy, and it became clear that we were right after all. And therefore, in the end, the interest rate caps were lifted, were removed. But in the interim, we had been working with the banks to make them much more customer-centric. That's really what we thought the dominant solution would be. And much more customer-centric, or to be customer-centric, to have better pricing of model or better pricing of loans, so risk-based pricing of loans, to have a better credit referencing, meaning credit assessment of different borrowers having different, let's say, risk, and that being assessed exactly. And basically, those are things that we put in place in the context of a new banking charter, which we introduced later and has remained in place. So I think the banking sector now is stronger. So in a sense, from a difficulty, we got a strength, we drew out a strength. And I think the banking sector was therefore, in some sense, saved, and customers were also saved in this regard.
I mean, it's not much different in Nigeria, because you hear people also talk about how, banks are not necessarily giving out loans at favorable interest rates. You feel like they're being ripped off as well. I think Kenya probably offers a good example why such interest caps on how much banks can price their loans would never work, really. It ends up being counterproductive.
I think it's important for us to learn from each other. The experiences of Kenya on interest rate caps have actually been picked up by other countries that maybe where there are those same concerns.
meeting the same.
But at the end, we need to appreciate that you cannot. At the end, the laws of economics apply.
Precisely.
And there are differences across countries, but laws of economics apply.
Yeah.
And it is important, therefore, for banks to be customer-centric and improve. And there's an entire framework that they need to put in place in order to be to have risk-based pricing of loans, etc. But it is important to walk that journey. Yeah, you don't start at the end. You start where you are and continue on that journey.
Okay. So, are there any parallels you see between the Kenyan banking sector at the time where you were central bank governor and the Nigerian banking sector today?
Well, I don't know. I've only been here a week, so I mean, there's no way I can pretend to be an expert, or I mean, you know more about the banking sector here, or virtually every Nigerian knows more about the banking sector here than I do. The thing that has struck me while I've been here is just like the number of bank branches that you have. I mean, I've just going down one of the streets, there are like 10 of these branches. Yeah. In Kenya, you don't quite have that. Why? Because we are much more in the mobile banking space. So we use our phones. I have made the point before that in my 8 years as central bank governor, I've probably gone to a bank branch once. And since then, in the last 1 year, I haven't been to a branch. I don't need to. Why? Because most of all my transactions are on the phone. I can do it from the comfort of my home, etc. You can also do online, like on the laptop, etc. But most of us are in the space of mobile banking, using our handheld devices.
Precisely, yeah.
And so you can do a lot of that. So in effect, Kenya, what we have seen is actually a contraction of these banks, making them smaller, the branches.
Yeah, and investing more in technology.
And more investments in technology. So really making sure that technology goes out there.
Yeah.
Now, with technology, it just means that you don't need to have branches in every single street. Or for that matter, there are towns that you need, small towns, you probably need one branch, and that's sufficient, and it doesn't have to have all services. So I think there has been some rationalization. So that is one. So this whole business of mobile banking, I think, is something that a lot of us would learn from maybe Kenya and others that are at the forefront. Obviously, we were also, the COVID period helped us as well. I mean, it accelerated banking, mobile banking, adoption, etc. So that is one point. I think the other one, as I mentioned, is this thing of being customer-centric. I don't know how customer-centric your banks are, but I think there's a journey there. We too, meaning in Kenya, you cannot say that you are now customer-centric. It's a journey that it's like, running the marathon. You have to train every day. You have to become better and, push down your time by a second or two. So it's that effort that needs to be maintained. And then finally, the issue of, you should appreciate that Nigerian banks are the large banks at least, very Pan-African. They're extended in Africa. And indeed, you have 3 jurisdictions that you could say have Pan-African banks. Yeah, Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya. And the issue is, how are they working in those other jurisdictions? Are they becoming, they're not just taking what they know here. They're actually serving those jurisdictions, the best they can with the services. So I think those are the 3 areas that I'll probably flag that we need to learn from each other.
So I want to take you back to an interview that you did at Yale University.
where you said one of the biggest challenges you faced, during your time as the CBK governor was having to close down the mid-sized lender Chase Bank in 2016. Can you speak to some of the challenges you faced? What made it so challenging? Basically, the closing of a bank is a difficult decision. But I think it is also important to understand that it is not like you go out and turn on a switch or turn off a switch. There's an entire process, right? And from a point of view of, a bank may have difficulties and it's supported in particular ways, etc. And to a point where you just realize that this is untenable. And the decision, after carefully weighing that, then one decide to close it. I think the issue of closing banks in general is one of the impact on people.
I would like to ask this question about Nigeria, as well as other African countries, are putting up reforms to ensure that they improve dollar liquidity in the foreign exchange markets, as well as improve investor confidence. What would you say are, how would you assess the pace of these reforms?
Wow, how much time do you have? I mean, that's maybe something that one can write, many PhD dissertations on. But anyway, in sum, I think it is important to understand the following. First, the context of every economy. There are no two economies that are identical. And so the specificity of every economy, and the specificity maybe even the way people deal with things, the way people deal with banks, things like that. So, and then the other one, which is important, which is, let's say, the fundamental, or the foundation of some of these things, is the macroeconomic strength, the strength of the macroeconomic framework. Right? I mean, think about the standard macroeconomic measures of macroeconomic performance, right? Things like inflation. How well are we doing on that? How well are we doing on growth, the economic activity, and also things about where are we in terms of the development of the various markets. Now, at times we think that there's only one market, which is the foreign exchange market. That's not true. There are many markets. You have the goods market, which is how you get your inflation numbers. You also have the money market. That's another price. You have the labor market, which is the unemployment and sort of thing. And it goes on.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm making the point that defines the context of what happens in terms of the reforms. And that's where you always start. And then you begin to build the institutions in each one of these areas. You cannot build on sand. You should not build on sand, even though it's very easy to begin building on sand, So yes, maybe if you have sand, you have to drive some piles down there to support what's going to happen. And I think that's where the regulators are in many areas in Africa. Now, it doesn't mean that all of us, all the reforms are the same across countries, are all at the same place. Yeah, we talked about, for instance, mobile banking, where Kenya is much further ahead. Yeah? That has its implications, for instance, on the effectiveness of monetary policy, yeah, and the instruments that you have. So I'm trying to make the point that context is really the one that you have to begin with, and there's no one size fits all. But in general, in each economy, you need to assess the stability, macroeconomic stability. If you haven't dealt with that, gotten a sort of a reasonably stable macroeconomic, at least from a point of view, macroeconomic indicators, then you have some ways to go. I think, yeah, but I think you don't have to have it
Perfect.
perfectly right. But I mean, inflation needs to be brought under control, yeah? And even as you're doing other things. Why? Because that actually determines, even you mentioned investor confidence.
Yeah.
That determines that. It determines even the premium, the risk premium that maybe some investors will demand in order to invest in you. So it has macroeconomic impact today and in the future. At the same time, you are working to strengthen the instruments, for instance, monetary policy instruments. And this, I think, for instance, working towards moving, what are the instruments that are used in terms of guiding monetary policy? There's the whole business of inflation targeting. In order to get there, you need to build a whole lot of infrastructure to support that. And the infrastructure means building institutions, building capacity in those things. I want to finish by saying that if the banking sector doesn't work correctly, the economy stumbles.
Sure.
And this is from a point of view of even, let's say, risk management. We talked about that. From a point of view of directing investments to the most, let's say, effective, greatest return, those things won't happen. You can also talk about intermediation of savings. So all that won't happen if indeed we have a weak banking sector.
Precisely.
And I think banks are not just trading; they're supposed to do all those things. And I think that's the journey.
And I guess that's why a lot of African economies are prioritizing strengthening the banking sector, at this time, to just ensure that they get their economies up and running. What would you say are your thoughts on how to go about this? Because during your tenure as Central Bank of Kenya's governor, you also went about the same purpose of, just trying to strengthen the banks in Kenya as well.
No, I mean, one needs to be clear.
Starting point.
All jurisdictions are not the same. All
Sure.
economies are not the same. So what needs to be improved? What are the gaps, etc. And in general sense, I just say that there is this improvement that needs to be done towards customer centricity. Meaning, what is the objective if it is not to serve customers? And then making use of improving the various instruments. We talked about risk-based pricing of loans. That is extremely important. We talked about improving the various delivery channels, and even internally, the thing of risk management, internal risk management. I mean, think for instance, if we are more into digital technology, of let's say IT based, it means you have to be much more concerned about, for instance, cybersecurity. And that requires so it's not a free lunch.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for your time. That was a great conversation. Thank you.
For more in-depth analysis, please read up on our website at www.businessday.ng.
You are welcome, sir.
Morning. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Also joining us in the studio to look at this together with the DG is one of the senior editor of Business Day, Mr. Daniel Obi.
Thank you very much.
And you are welcome.
Thank you, Joshua.
Yeah. So let's get starting. DG, I'll come straight to you, and maybe you should start by asking you to look at 2024. How was 2024, especially for the organized private sector? How would you say the organized private sector fared in 2024?
Well, thank you once again for having us. It's our pleasure being here, and thank you also for the beautiful work that the organization is doing.
Thank you.
For us, I think it's a mixed bag of potpourri. You know, if we want to call it that. The new administration came in. They're not really new again because they spent almost 2 years now. So they came in and they took some very, very fundamental steps. You know, exercise some discretion. You know, some forced discretion. You know, that came to shape 2024 the way we found it then. And key amongst them that you all know is the issue of subsidy removal, you know, which changed the dynamics across board, and then the forex, removing the dual market rate on forex and allowing the market to play its role, even though it's still a guided free market, you know. And those two issues created a lot of ripples. While we acknowledge the fact that, you know, the administration met quite a bit of the situation was a bit bad in the context of what was found on ground. Subsidy was already removed, and there was no provision for subsidy before the last administration left. You know, at least up to any time from mid-year, there was no provision for subsidy. Our debt service ratio, you know, the last administration confessed that we are spending over 90%, over 95% to service debt. A lot of money was printed, trillions of money was printed. So that gave us a false sense of safety as a country. Meanwhile, we've dug ourselves deeply in a hole. So, and they say once you find yourself in a hole, the first thing you do is to stop digging. So once you stop digging, it doesn't mean that you're out of the hole. You have to stop digging, then you have to find pebbles, you have to find gravel to fill back the hole. You know, while you are making progress, but this progress, the progress you are making is not going to be visible. But until you get yourself back to zero level, then that's when the progress, what it seems as visible progress, we start coming. So 2024 interest rate was high, you know, double digit. We still struggle with double digit. Inflation was where we all found it, which also hit directly at the heart of business. Forex was at the point was almost 2,000 naira per 2,000 naira for $1, which directly hits to the heart of funds for businesses. So everybody that have borrowed cash, you know, borrowed fund a year or 2 years ago at probably when dollars was 400 or 500 or 600 naira per dollar, at the point you just realize you have to start paying back at 2,000 naira, which creates its own dynamics. Regulatory issues still remain part of the challenge we continuously face, and those are part of the contradictions, inherent contradictions that we find in the system. So while some segment of the government is doing its best to create an environment that businesses can operate in profitably, you still find in the same government some sectors or some regulatory authorities or even legislators creating bottlenecks to actually neutralize the efforts that others are making, and which for us is quite a big issue. So it was a potpourri of challenges, of opportunities, of risks we have to take. Then we had the energy crisis, the removal of subsidy for power. We had band A, band B, and most businesses would probably be in band A area. So surely shoot up the cost of production, and you cannot proportionately increase the cost of goods because the consumer spending is also shrinking. So at last count, at the end of 2024, we had close to $500 billion, if not more, unsold stocks in the private sector, which also is to the real issue. Because if I have over 500 billion unsold stocks, those stocks are at the risk of expiry. And probably the business is running on credit. So what will you tell the creditors? You know. Then also we had the issue with organized labor, the strikes, the threat to strike concerning the issue of the minimum wage. You know, and for us, you know, your loans don't go on strike. You know, the bank won't tell you, okay, because you are not working, okay, let's put a stop to your interest payment. So businesses were squeezed in 2024. You know, while there are opportunities, some of the things that government did to stabilize the economy, you know, we saw it, we appreciated it, you know. But the biggest for us coming out of 2024 was probably deepened engagement, the potential to engage further,
Okay.
the willingness to engage further. Some ministries, departments and agencies they've stepped up engagement more than we had in 2020, 2023 and 2024. So those are flashpoints, those are, when they say there is light at the tunnel, at the end of the tunnel, we seem to be seeing a ray of the light. Open at 2025, we'll burst out in a ray of light.
DG, that's exactly where I want to come in, the engagement with the private sector. Government came in with bold steps, like you mentioned earlier, and towards the 2024, they started engaging. But I'm asking you, don't you think that those engagements, because like you painted the complexity in the economy in 2023-24, which most Nigerians were not aware of. It was, inflation was high, debt was the issue, electricity. But those engagements, don't you think that government should have started early with them to engage you, in order to have a kind of partnership in order to drive the economy?
Absolutely. That is the expectation. In an ideal situation, those engagements, because policies, laws, and programs, they are not ends on their own.
I agree.
There are individuals and businesses that those policies will affect. And you need also those individuals, those organizations to make the policy work. So if they decide to frustrate it, then it becomes much more difficult for government itself to survive. So we are expected that, those engagements should have come in before those actions. And why government might have its reasons. They say, look, we are at a very difficult point. But you still cannot rule out, you cannot excuse the need for engagement. For some ministries, permit me to mention the ministries. I think Ministry of Industry and Investment have been very open, engagement at all levels with the new Minister for Industry and Investment, Dr. Jumoke. The Minister for State has also been very engaging. We've met the Minister of Finance, our country Minister of the Economy. We've had engagements. We've had engagement with some agencies that are also aligning to the need for organized private sector to drive the economy.
Yes.
If you talk of GDP growth, it boils down to how well the organized private sector is doing. If you talk of job creation, it boils down to how well the private sector is doing. If you take the private sector out of the whole equation, then we'll find ourselves in crisis.
And perhaps I should follow. I know sometime in 2022 or 2021 or thereabout, there was this issue that was a sort of a big challenge to NECA. I remember talking about National Assembly, various committees of the National Assembly inviting MDs of private organizations, which I remember NECA went to court to see. I don't know at what level you are now. Has that issue been sorted out? Are you still having this same challenge?
It's still a big issue for us. Now, if I'm an investor and I have 10 billion naira to invest, I look for three or four things. I look for how easy is the regulatory environment, or how predictable is the regulatory environment. I'll look at the judicial system. So if there are crises, if there are disputes with the judicial system, be able to resolve those crises as quickly as possible. And then I look at how easy will it be for me to repatriate my funds.
Yeah.
Those are critical issues. Now, in the context of repatriation of funds, this government have done incredibly well. At the point, some airlines were not even coming to Nigeria again because they had issues repatriating their funds. And this government has done well to pay the whole backlog that they are in foreign airlines. Now, in the context of the legislative area, for us is this. We had contention on the issue of Section 88 and 89 of the Constitution. The Assembly felt they have the right to carry out oversight functions, and the organized businesses felt the Constitution, Section 88 and 89, give them the right to carry out oversight functions on agencies, ministries, and departments that government appropriate funds. So if government does not appropriate funds to a private organization, then the National Assembly doesn't have the right to carry out oversight function on those organizations. They are executive agencies that are constitutionally created to educate issues on those agencies. Like NSITF, there's an NSITF Act that empowers the NSITF to regulate, to even also appropriate sanctions and to manage the funds. There is ITF Act, there is National Local Content Act. So all those agencies, they are created by the Constitution to interface with organized businesses. So our position is, look, it should be double jeopardy for organized businesses. It is time wasting to, while you have interacted with your direct executive agency that is overseeing your activities, then you are still called at the National Assembly level to say, come and give account for what you are being held accountable for. So those are the critical issues. And for us, beyond being destructive to organized businesses, it also sounds a negative flag to investors. So look, if I had gotten a clean bill of health with NSITF, with ITF, with Ministry of Interior, then if the National Assembly have challenges, then they should deal with those agencies. If the law setting up those agencies are not strong enough, then they should work on strengthening those laws. But jumping the agency to come to organized businesses, for us, we feel is destructive. And that's why we went to court. It's not personal. It's just for the court to interpret the law, to say, look, yes, the National Assembly have the right. The National Assembly doesn't have the right. And we have judgments, even up to the appeal court. They have found that the National Assembly doesn't have the right. So our position is, look, the Assembly should just respectfully, respect the law and wait for their Supreme Court to give the final judgment. But that hasn't been the case. Even as at Friday, we still had members, still coming to say they've received one letter from one committee or the other. And it will surprise you that the House of Reps have over 100 ad hoc committees. The Senate have almost the similar number of committees. Now imagine all of those committees breaking down organized businesses, inviting them for one investigative hearing in Abuja or the other. And flight is not cheap now. So it's those are our concern, and it's just for us it's seeking the clarification from the court to say, look, this is right, basically an interpretation of the Constitution. So it's not a personal battle with the National Assembly, but it's part of the need for us to continuously build institutions, so that each institution, each agency, each arm of government know its limits, know its rights, and know its responsibilities.
Okay, in 2024, I know that one of the issues that you have alluded to here is the issue of industrial relations. But I know that in 2024, it was relatively stable. I'm trying to follow up. It wasn't so bad, really. I don't know what you will attribute that to. And then in 2025, what are the measures that you think can be put in place to further strengthen industrial relations between the employees and the employers, which is the body that you represent?
Thank you. For us in NECA, the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, we preach responsible enterprises. Enterprises that are responsible to the internal stakeholders, which is their workers, and the union, and also responsible to government in the context of paying your taxes, paying all your dues. And in 2024, I think one of the key issues, one of the things that we can attribute that to was, I think, the first half of 2024, we were all focused on negotiating the national minimum wage. So there was no reason to fight. So we're all engrossed at the committee level, negotiating the national minimum wage. So the fight, if you call it fight, or the engagement, was limited to the room, to the committee room. So the banters were done in the room, wasn't done in the public place. So I think that was what sufficed till about April, May, June. Around June thereabout, our colleagues in the union started the issue of putting pressure on government to implement the minimum wage, and that created some level of distortion in the business. But we keep engaging, basically. And if you remember, even before the government made this pronouncement, the organized private sector had gone ahead to give some level of support, directly and indirectly, to their member companies. We have organizations that came up with the hybrid form of work. so that they can reduce pressure on their staff because of the high cost of energy and high cost of transportation. We have businesses that also started giving their employees products, just to cushion the effect of, we have employers that have even increased salaries without the prompting of the union. So we had responded responsively to the challenges of the employee. So it wasn't more of crisis in the private sector. So the focus was basically in the public sector, where government was not doing much, and when government also signed the issue of wage awards, it was also difficult for government at a point to honor the issue of wage awards. So, but we continue to engage the union at the back. We continue to preach the issue of let social dialogue, let it reign in this context of our engagement. Because if the bed, like a local adage will say, if the tree is not stable, then the bird cannot conveniently perch on it. So if organized businesses that is already challenged is pushed further into the precipice, then the first or the biggest casualty will be the workers.
All right, DJ, come in here. You're talking about pillars of driving the economy, which you started earlier, and I think I underscored that, both macro and micro pillars. Again, you didn't talk about insecurity. It appears it is, but again, is that where are we? Because we are hearing. I'm going to ask two questions here. Where are we on FDI? Looking at those pillars, insecurity. Look at inflation. Look at interest rate. Where are we in FDIs? In coming into the country, because we are hearing different figures, to drive down the unemployment rate, which you represent. Again, is inflation is high at 34%. It has really pushed some of us down the ladder. Many Nigerians even the 70,000 minimum wage cannot take them home anymore. So what can we do to really? I know CBN is trying on that aspect, on that corridor, but what can we do to actually drive inflation down?
For FDI, the president has traveled far and wide.
Yeah.
And we said this, that look, even if the president relocates to Europe, every investor is a rational investor.
Agree.
And capital will go to an environment where it can maximize profit. Now, if I'm an investor, and I have $100 billion to spend, I'll probably meet the Ministry of Trade and Investment to sound out, okay, what are opportunities. I'll meet the National Investment Promotion Council of the country, okay, what are the investment opportunities. I'll probably Google some information about the country. But the information that will sway me is a call to another business owner that I know in the country to say, how is it on ground? His comment, testimonial, will influence me more than whatever the country will say. Now, except an investor that is coming to game the country, or to game the system, or to contribute to the corruption in the system, that will not mind whatever is happening. I say, okay, don't worry. If we can game the system, if we can run it the way they want it to run, then let's go. So for us, FDI has not met the expectation of even government, apart from portfolio investment. People that just bring in their money, put it in shares, they made their money, they cash out. But real foreign direct investment, we've not had it so good. And it boils down to, if you don't deal with those contradictions, you don't deal with the issues, because look, in the last 2-3 years, we have some very, very important brands leaving this country. You have Microsoft leaving, you have Procter & Gamble leaving, you have GSK leaving. Those are big brands. Those that are not leaving yet, they've cut down their production capacity. Some are changing their production models, making the country a sales point where they look. Those are signals that an investor will look, okay, why are you leaving? If the investment, some are coming, then you have to interrogate those that are coming. That if some credible ones are leaving, or they are reducing their production capacity, then what is the interest of those that are actually coming? Are they coming to serve the country, or they are coming because they've seen loopholes where they can actually game the system? On the issue of inflation, I think it all boils down to simple economics. Because we try to just bring it down to simple economics, so that sometimes we use the grammar to just confuse ourselves. Inflation is general increase in price level, basically. And one of the way to address it, simple economics 101 for us, is just increase your production capacity. Increase production capacity. Once you are producing at a level that you can feed or meet your local needs, then naturally the law of demand and supply will come in and play its part. You mentioned the issue of security. Food inflation. If the farmers cannot go to farm, or if they can farm and they cannot harvest, it naturally, the law of demand and supply comes because demand will naturally upscale supply, which make the price to increase. And generally, all the goods you have, go to the manufacturing, go to the real sector, and you can connect with the challenges that they are facing. So, and those are the big drivers of inflation. If we don't deal with our production capacity, then we are digging more hole for ourselves. And come to think of it, we pride ourselves as the biggest country in Africa. The AFCFTA has come to stay, which is the reality. But we are privy to be in a conversation late last year where the Director General of what's this organization?
What do they do? What are they into?
Okonjo-Iweala. Okonjo-Iweala was
WTO.
WTO. Okonjo-Iweala was there.
WTO.
And then the WTO was there. Then World Health Organization also was there. And the conversation was, look, how will Africa itself, or how will Nigeria, because it was distilled down to Nigeria, maximize the benefit of the AFCFTA when some countries, still in Africa, are still subsidizing their production, are still subsidizing the private sector in those countries. So as they subsidize the private sector, that means those private sector, they can produce cheaper than we can produce. So it makes the average cost of our goods higher than a similar product that is also coming to compete within the context of the AFCFTA. So those are the areas that we really need to look at. And the support for the real sector, I think the government need to face it and face it squarely. It is not a palliative that the real sector needs, but we need real support. If we don't call it subsidy, but we need real support to make the real sector to grow, because therein lies the job that we are missing, the productivity that we are missing, the real sector, the GDP growth that we're talking about, they all lies within the context of all these issues. And while the economy is growing, and we should not lose sight of it, you can be growing, but your growth is not inclusive. Yes. We have about 4 or 5 sectors that is actually driving this economy. So if you pick the average economic growth, you probably will have a wrong figure, because 5 or 5.5 sectors actually contributing the largest. So if you pick the average, you think you are growing proportionately, but meanwhile it's those 5 sectors that are giving you the wrong figure, thinking you are growing.
Thank you, DG. Unfortunately, we don't have so much time for us to go on and on. There's so much to talk about, but we are limited by time. We want to thank you so very much for coming, and we hope that next time we call, that you will oblige us.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us once again.
Thank you, Dan, for joining us in the studio.
Thank you very much.
That's all time will enable us to take. Stay tuned. Business Day TV will continue with other programs. Thank you.
There are certain times that I have disciplined my children and gone back into my room and wept. Discipline is something that a single mom should not compromise.
I was always good cop, bad cop. I always, I was quite strict. In my mind, I would say, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
When you let them have their way with everything, you are destroying them and destroying yourself.
So my daughter was quite headstrong as well, and it used to be a battle. It was a battle.
You apply tough love, because when you punish them or when you withhold certain privileges because you need them to learn a lesson, you are actually loving them.
You know, in Nigeria, there's a different kind of discipline.
Of course.
When she was 11, I decided to send her to Nigeria from the UK. She said, "Are you sure about going back?" I said, "No, you're not going back." And I sent her to secondary school here, and she was here for 6 years. And I didn't send her to her. On Lashore, it's so deep inside Ilesha. And you know what? That was a life-changing moment for me and for her.
I did not like the way the West was going in terms of the woke culture that they were imbibing in our kids. And like you, I said to her, we're going for holiday. We're going for holiday for 3 weeks. I got back. I said, you're not going back. And that was 3.5 years ago. Best decision I ever made.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Day TV. I am Kemi Michael. Now, stop motion has been an age-old form of animation. And in Nigeria, it has been very unpopular. And I know you're wondering what stop motion animation is. Well, wonder no more. I have Esther Kemi Gbadamosi, CEO of Radio City, right here with me.
All right.
Thank
you very much. Yeah,
welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. God help me now. Help your boy now. I did try now. Because this also no be pure water.
So tell me, what is stop motion animation?
Stop motion animation is the movement of physical objects, in time. That's unlike 2D and 3D, that's done in the digital space, on your PC. Stop motion is done physically. That means you move a physical object, but you move it frame by frame, in the space of time. So in practical, you take your camera and then you take one shot at a time, So if you have to move your hands from here to here, you just move it in bits, and then, take this and take the shot, take this and take the shot and take the shot. And then the eyes, the illusion of movement just occurs when you put all the frames together. So it has a sequence. The sequence of frames causes there to be movement. So you do this, in creating a story, obviously you have lots of movements. And so, yeah, that's all that you put together. So you have lots of shots, to make up scenes, and then, of course, to make up a film.
That sounds really exhausting.
Well, yeah.
But why did you choose stop motion? I mean, you could have used, as you said, the 2D and 3D tools on the internet right now. Why not use those? Why stop motion?
I'm not sure I found stop motion. I think stop motion found me.
Okay.
I used to be a 3D animator. I was a 3D animator for about 8 years. Then I got married, had kids, and then I couldn't cope with 3D anymore. And then, at the point where I was really trying to figure out what I needed to do, I started, putting their toys, the children's toys. And, I had this Spider-Man that I would, have the Spider-Man poses kind of thing. And because I liked the poses so much, I'll take a picture of it, and then I'll do another one, then take a picture of it, that kind of thing. And, when I put the sequences together, there was interesting movements. And after that, I worked on short sequences, basketball sequences, all of that. And they were quite interesting, until 2019. This was 10 years ago, this year, and 2019, I decided, okay, let's work on something, just something very short, about a minute long. It was just some sort of mannequin we used. And we just told this story, simple story of the past situation in Nigeria. When we were done, we submitted it to festivals, and here was different festivals, all over the world. And we're like, whoa, it was just about a minute, and that was it. It was like we can do something better than this. Let's do something else. And so that's how we made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 films so far, like that. So it's essentially stop motion finding me. I'm not sure I found it, because at the point I started it, I didn't even know what the name was, but it seemed like something I could use to express myself. I could tell my stories. I had done documentaries in the past, so I wasn't new to filmmaking. I had made short films. I'd won awards doing documentaries. So we're doing it on a sort of big scale. But then, this was animation, which was something that was really dear to me. It was kind of like a side thing. I think it was a side thing till COVID. COVID was what made it become up and center for me. It's suddenly becoming something that was way beyond, our local space, and going international, has been something that has come some sort of a surprise. But then, yes, I love the process. So yeah.
I see that you were made fellow at the Berlin Ale.
Yes,
Please tell us
Biennale.
more about that.
Oh, okay. Last year, for the first time, Biennale, what they do is every year, being one of the biggest festivals in the world. After Sundance, Cannes, you have sort of like Biennale, and they pick 200 filmmakers every year. So for the past 22 years, they have picked 200. And so usually you have maybe 1, 2 Nigerians, sometimes 3, that's filmmakers that are, very high profile ones, that they pick. But last year, for the first time in animation, they picked me, as a Biennale talent. So I was in Berlin last year, and it was sort of like out of this world experience, for someone who was even for Biennale, it's a film festival, a film festival that has almost 500,000 registered, attendance. So it's huge, so even for them, animation is a little bit not their usual thing, but, having to bring in someone from animation, I really needed to find my feet there. Among the talents, I think we're just probably around 5 of us, that were from animation. And so we really just had to find ways to connect, and which was fantastic, for all the other things as well. And so what that did was it gave me the opportunity to be able to apply last year, towards the end of last year, for fellowship. Now, what happens is that of the 10,000, there are about 10,000 talents now, because it's been over 22 years of picking 200 people. So they have the opportunity to apply for fellowship. You understand? It's a partnership between Biennale, Talent, and MasterCard. So now, if you have a project that you want to push, you just needed to apply for it, and they picked only 2 people. So it was crazy that, so I applied. I'm not sure I was thinking they would pick, but as far as I was concerned, they can only pick if you apply. If you don't, your chances are 0. And so I applied. I was really shocked, in January when I saw congratulations. You have been said. I was like, did they pick many people? Because that was my first thought. Maybe they picked many people this time. Only to find out that we're just 2 that they picked. It was very humbling experience. Because it took things to another level completely.
Yeah.
For someone in stop motion, completely unknown field. In Nigeria, even internationally. There's a fight for us to be able to have space. When Pinocchio won Best Animation last year, it was a big deal for us, considering there's a stop motion animated film, and so it's everything we get. It's huge. And so when Biennale gave us that, focus front and center, that was all that was in my head, that look, this is a big deal for us.
Kind of is.
Yes, it is. It is a big deal because, it gave us the opportunity to have conversations, with lots of people that were really interested in seeing Africa, because stop motion is also not so big in Africa, seeing Africa develop in this light. Because to be honest with you, I think that stop motion is the perfect medium for us in Africa. Why do I think so? Because we don't have too much equipment, and all of that tech thing. Stop motion doesn't require so much. You don't need to have a high-end PC to do stop motion. All you need to do is to have that creative ability. You need to be artistic, you need to be able to sculpt, because at some point we started making our puppets. We didn't have to use the objects we were using at first. I think we did that in our first 3 films. By the time we got to the 4th one, we made our puppets from scratch. So virtually everything you see was made, artistically like that. And so, yeah, for us, us having that opportunity, I think it will open the eyes of a lot of young people that probably maybe went to Yaba Tech. You understand? They can draw, they can paint. You understand? Stop motion is just the movement of what they are doing. You're already, just moving it. It requires a lot of patience, but patience is free. You understand? It's not something that you need 500k to buy patience. You understand? It's just something you really need to sort of discipline yourself to do, and somehow that's really essentially what we've done. You just need to be patient with it, bit by bit. And as we make each film is better than the previous one because our skills are improving.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, and then of course with more exposure, having the opportunities to go to different festivals, different studios. I've been to some of the biggest studios, worldwide for stop motion animation. It's just because it's a field that we are not too many. You understand? So quite a bit of opportunities, also in that light. And so yeah, it's something really exciting for us, and we actually look forward to pushing it even more.
Now, speaking about being unpopular, I'm talking about stop motion being unpopular here in Nigeria and Africa at large. How exactly did it feel when you started, seeing as you did not have anybody to show you the ropes in doing it?
Okay, well, in the beginning, it didn't make sense. I think that was our first goal. It didn't make sense to people around us. It didn't make sense to, friends or whoever it is that saw that that's what we did. So yeah, in the beginning, it was kind of like, it almost felt embarrassing sometimes. When you're dealing with objects and just trying to move them around and people not understanding what exactly this is and all. Yes, so yeah, we experienced a lot of difficulty. You could imagine that we had zero support. But I think that seeing that, I knew that if we could make it make sense, we'd have an opportunity. I knew that I didn't have all the skills at the time when I started, so there was no way I could instantly prove that it was a viable means of making films. Not that animation is film, so people needed to see the film capacity in it, and it was going to take a while for us to be able to do that. From first film to second to third, I think when we won our first Best Animation Award, it clicked to people that, you understand, this stuff might actually be making sense. And then we got a nominations in Afrif, AMA, all of the major festivals, in Africa and all. So it was okay. Wow. Okay, yes. So this might make sense actually. So it's being able to, we've been to all of the major labs, DLA, DFM, CTIAF. When Nigeria was going to MIFA, that's 2 years ago now, and that's the biggest animation festival in the world, and we wanted to pick our project one, overall. So it's just been, so it's been a journey of trying to also prove, that this is viable, and so yeah, we did keep our expectations low, and I think that helped. Us to be patient enough to just ensure that we just continue to work. It was hard. It was always hard to have resources to be able to make the films, but we tried to find a lot of things that were available locally, things we could find. Yes, there's some things we couldn't do without importing, but they weren't the very expensive stuff. We just tried to make it was more like use what you have to get what you want. If we knew we couldn't do something big, so we just do the small bit of it just to ensure that we show up, that kind of thing, instead of just complaining that we don't have support, we don't have this, we don't have. When people see what you have already done, you understand, it speaks louder than when you complain about what your situation is. And I think that essentially has been, what it was, from that time where, it didn't make sense to now that it's making a bit more sense.
Okay, now I understand that a lot of people do not know about this. And if you've seen as you've gone through a lot of challenges to get here, would you advise people to get into it?
I would gladly do. I feel that we're just scratching the surface right now. It's this huge opportunity, not just in stop motion, in animation. Animation also is still small here. And statistics, global research has shown that in the next few years, this might be the biggest, this part might produce the biggest animations in the world, say in about 20-30 years. So you can imagine the process there. Nollywood has not become what it is in one day. It took a few years for us to go to cinema and then want to watch Nollywood films. At first, we would all go and watch Avengers, that kind of thing, or Black Panther. And then now, you would go there and you would happily watch Nollywood films. So it was that journey. And that's essentially the journey animation is going through now. We may say that it's not the most viable, but this is what our children watch at home. You understand? And all of that. So naturally, it will grow. And the world knows that. And everybody's sort of like trending towards Africa. Disney just produced their first African set of films to show that Africa does need to be represented on the global stage with our stories. So everything is kind of like trending towards Africa. So right now, positioning is key.
Yeah, we have to tell our own stories ourselves.
If we don't tell our stories ourselves, they will tell it for us. Naturally, that's what will happen. So people need to, artists, people that already have this flair, need to position themselves now. And it may not look very favorable. It may not look, because, you don't have all the attraction and nobody's shouting your name or your work or anything like that. You really have to sow the seeds, and I think it's a good time to come in, before the highlights come, so that you'd be in a good position to be, people will say, okay, we want to give an opportunity to a studio. We want to give an opportunity to people to be able to produce, African stories and all of that. And then, they're not going to go to somebody's house and go and say, okay, we figured out that you might be the person. No, you need to be there already, and I think I'd gladly, because I hear people say a lot that stop motion it's hard, it's difficult and all of that, but it is possible. It is possible. I never really had that thought about it being difficult. I was always so excited, to be able to work on a project, and because I knew that, I didn't need so much to start. I just, as I get funds, I put in, from other things I do. But then the whole idea is that I start with the aim of finishing. Sometimes it takes a long time. I remember a particular one of the films I worked on, because most of that film was me. I animated the entire thing from beginning to the end. And I remember that while working, I had a group of people that were supposed to work with me throughout the film. And after a while, they kind of got frustrated. It was taking too long. It was a really short film. But we did it in 7 weeks, just production. Every day. I remember that I would be there first thing in the morning and out there till late in the evening, animating. Some days that are really good, I probably have maybe like 2 seconds, or 3 seconds of animation that worked. And the days that are bad, I have 0, because while I was animating, the character fell. And then I have to start all over again, that kind of thing, because once the shift movement is a lot, I can't find that spot anymore. So if to make sure that the quality is good, I have to start all over again, that kind of thing. So yes, it was there, but then when I think about it now, with the benefit of hindsight, I see that it was worth it. For you to start, it's not heavy on costs. I think it will really be a good opportunity, particularly people that already have the natural talent. Yeah.
All right, that's beautiful. Now, what are you doing towards helping the stop motion animation industry when it comes to bringing up people to learn it?
That's probably, the biggest thing that we're doing right now. Because the truth is that for us to move to the next level, there definitely needs to be a lot more people involved in stop motion. We obviously not stopping with short films. We want to do series for children. We want to have more children content, in stop motion. Stop motion is perfect for preschoolers. Most of our preschoolers watch, content from the US, from the UK and all of that. You don't have too many African stories, there. And so we want to be able to do that. We also want to work on a feature film at least, And so we figured out that we need more hands. It can't just be us, all of us, being self-taught and all. And so we figured out that we needed to work on a school. And that's the Radio City Stop Motion Animation Academy, just for stop motion. And so we would be bringing global experts, people from, some of the bigger studios that have done really successful stop motion animated films, to come and teach, our local talent, which we have quite a bit. That's one of the things that makes me so excited. The fact that we have people that when I see their talent, I'm like, my own talent is learning work here. This is raw. This person was born with it. The person doesn't have exposure to the skill, to the training, professional training that can actually harness that talent to be able to do this stuff. And so what we want to do is to bring global experts to talents, and with that, we'd have the opportunity to be able to make more films because there are more hands. That kind of thing. And we can be part of something historic, in that sense. Because for us to be able to produce a good, high quality, very good story as well, animated film, from Africa, stop motion animated film, that would be something.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, I understand that there are different types of stop motion animation.
Yes.
Because while growing up, at least I was exposed to little of it, but I didn't know that was the name then. There was the one with puppets. There was the one where we had to mold with clay and then move the pieces around. We didn't know it was stop motion, but we just knew we're acting drama, more like. So what type do you use? Is it all of it? What type do you teach as well?
Well, the type I use, most now would be puppetry. That's molding the puppets, creating them using silicone and aluminium. So we use aluminium for the core, that's the bones, and because it's a dead metal, and then we use silicone. It's very flexible. We cast it over it. So we start with clay to create the original mold. We're trying to sort of transit to 3D printing, but yes, once we create that and we have the silicone on top, it becomes animatable. So we use puppets. Now we're exploring other mediums like wood, and paper. But at the moment, puppetry. Puppetry.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Lego is a stop animation.
Yeah. Yes, it's also a medium at which stop motion animation is made.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there was a point I did consider using Lego, but it was at that point. This is way back now. Says maybe some 8 years ago or something. It was very expensive for me to invest in Lego. Yes, till now I still have quite a bit of Lego, but it wasn't enough to start what I wanted to do and all of that. So so the Lego thing died there. And then also there was also the fact that I wanted something original. I didn't feel that Legos quite represented
the African story.
Yeah. Exactly. I think that just explains it. It didn't quite. I need something that was really organic. I'm excited when time we want to make a film and we go out into the bush and we're trying to find jungle elements that are in very small scale. There was a point we were looking for very dry grass because we're trying to create, the northern, we're trying to do something on terrorism and all of that. So we wanted to create that northern landscape, and the integrity of the grass and the formation and all of that. And they were wondering because the way we were cutting it looked like something of value. So they now came and they were like, no, we'll pay. Okay, we said no problem. They should come and if we are going to pay for it, then she should help us cut it. Yes, they were not ready to do that. So they just left us because obviously it was useless to them, but then it didn't cost us anything to get that grass. perhaps just our time and the effort, because it took us quite a number of hours. Just cut it bit by bit, but it was very good grass. Till today, we are really proud. This is some years back, of that grass that we got like that. So it's essentially getting those elements that represent us, and we also had this thatched roof we wanted to do, and so we had to get hay for the village huts kind of thing, and of course to get clay for the hut, all of that. Those are our own things. It's not really like Lego.
Yeah, not at all. Lego is like plastic.
Lego is plastic. So those are the things that. So we want to continue to explore that and push those very organic things that represent who we are and our culture. Over and above. Trying to just find things that look good. Like that, but don't quite represent, because eventually it's cultural. It's us pushing our stories. Pushing who we are. Not just to us, because sometimes we may not fully appreciate who we are because we see it all the time. But to a more international audience, it's also interesting for us. It was interesting for us to see that, we could get, or we had international interest, much more than we did have local.
National, yes, true. What has the acceptance of stop motion animation in Nigeria been like?
Okay, well, it started really slowly. It's in the beginning, particularly in the very first festivals locally that we screened our short films. It was them trying to figure out what kind of animation is this and all, and yeah, at the end of the film is really about the story. It's not necessarily about the medium, and so it's. I believe very strongly that, as we perfect the art, because so far so good, we've been more at festivals, we've not been, we've had quite a number of screenings. Last year we had quite a number of invitations in Lagos to screen, at different events for our films. And yes, the reception, lest I jump that, the reception was good. It's a very hopeful impression you get that wants to make you do more, that kind of thing. But I see it's more in a futuristic thing, that as we perfect the art in itself, because we are still in that process, we're not there yet, as we perfect the art in itself, and we have the opportunities to be able to tell even better stories, people would love it, because stop motion and Africa, I think it's a match made already. That kind of thing. It's just for us to be able to come full circle with our discovery, of it, that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm very sure of that. The fact that, it's, as long as we are unrelenting, yes, the reception would definitely pick up, significantly.
All right. Thank you very, very much. I think we have come to the end of the interview. Thank you so much for coming now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for watching. I just finished speaking with Esther Kemi Badamosi, CEO of Radio City. Don't forget to follow Business Day on all social media platforms. And of course, like, share, and subscribe.
Okay.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Let's look at the headlines. Naira gains 0.9% against dollar on Trump's inauguration day. Calls data to cost 50% more as NCC approves tariff hike. World Bank bans Nigerian companies CEO over fraudulent practices. Donald Trump sworn in as 47th President of America. Ancelotti to leave Real Madrid at the end of the season. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the Naira recorded gains against the dollar in the parallel market on Monday, appreciating by 0.9%. The Naira gained against the dollar on the day Donald Trump, the president-elect of the United States, was inaugurated following his victory in the November 2024 elections. On the parallel market, also known as the black market, the Naira strengthened by 15 Naira as the dollar was quoted at 1,665 Naira on Monday compared to 1,680 Naira on Friday. However, in the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the Naira's performance was flat, closing with a slight depreciation of 0.2% as the dollar was quoted at 1,551 Naira on Monday compared to 1,554 Naira at the close of trading on Friday. Authorized currency dealers reported the highest rate for the dollar at 1,551.50 kobo on Monday, a marginal decline from 1,552 Naira on Friday. The lowest rate recorded in the market was 1,154 naira compared to 1,540.20 kobo on the previous trading day. Aminu Gawade, President of the Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, highlighted concerns about the potential impact of President Trump's policies on Nigeria's foreign exchange inflows, stating, "President Trump is an unpredictable person and not a believer in Africa." Moving on, the price of phone calls, data, and SMS will cost 50% more following the approval of tariff hikes by the Nigerian Communications Commission. This will push the floor price of calls to 9.6 naira per minute from 6.40 naira and make the ceiling price of calls to 50 naira, the cost of SMS to 6 naira from 4 naira, and the cost of 1 gigabyte of data to 431.25 naira from 287.5 naira. With the recent hike, the average price of calls will be 16.5 naira per minute from 11 naira. This is less than the 100% that telecommunication firms asked for and within the range that Buson Tijani, the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, revealed last week. The minister earlier said that the price of telecom services would go up by 30 and 60%. Still on, the World Bank Group has debarred two Nigerian companies, Viva Atlantic Limited and Technology House Limited, including the Managing Director and CEO Norman Buruk Didam, for engaging in fraudulent, collusive, and corrupt practices linked to the National Social Safety Net projects in Nigeria for 30 months. The Apex Bank disclosed that its investigation uncovered significant violations of its anti-corruption framework during a 2018 procurement process. The companies and IDAM were found to have misrepresented conflicts of interest in bid submissions and assessed confidential tender information for public officials. Also, Viva Atlantic Limited and its CEO falsified experience records, submitted forged authorization letters, and provided inducements to project officials. To end the local news, political activist Omoyele Sowore has said the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, is being held by fiddle characters. Sowore said this in reaction to a statement by former presidential aide Bashir Ahmad, who cautioned against calls for Kanu's release. Kanu is being held in the custody of the Department of State Service, DSS, and currently facing trial for terrorism and treasonable felony. However, there have been growing calls for his release, which many say would go a long way in restoring peace in the southeast, which is currently facing insecurity. On the foreign scene, Donald Trump was sworn in Monday as the 47th president of the United States, returning to the White House after overcoming 4 criminal indictments and 2 assassination attempts in one of the most remarkable political comebacks in the U.S. history. Trump recited the oath of office at an intimate inauguration ceremony inside the Capitol Rotunda, the same building a mob of his supporters stormed 4 years ago to try to stop the certification of Trump's 2020 election loss. The ceremony was moved indoors because of below freezing temperatures in the nation's capital. Trump, 78, raised his right hand and took the oath of office using a Bible his mother gave him in 1955 that was stacked on a second Bible used by President Abraham Lincoln for his swearing in 1861. Also, 2 Iranian Supreme Court judges were killed when a gunman entered the courthouse in Tehran on Saturday morning. The victims were Ali Razani, 78, and Mohammad Moghese, 68. After shooting the judges, the attacker killed himself while trying to escape, with a bodyguard also wounded in the attack, which happened at the Palace of Justice despite its usual tight security. Both judges had controversial pasts and were accused of being involved in executing political opponents during 1980s and 1990s. A statement from Iran's government news agency shared with the judiciary shows that according to initial investigations, the person in question didn't have a case in the Supreme Court, nor was he a client of the branches of the court. Askar Jankia, who speaks for Iran's court, told Iranian TV that the shooter likely worked at the courthouse, referring to him as an infiltrator. Now to sports. Carlo Ancelotti has decided to step down as Real Madrid's head coach at the end of the current season, despite having a contract until 2026. The Italian manager, who has enjoyed tremendous success during his second stint at the club, has made up his mind to close this chapter, even if the season concludes with titles and the club urges him to stay. As reported by Radio Stadio Noce on Onda Cero on Monday, Ancelotti is determined to move on next summer. The coach, who renewed his contract in December 2023 amid speculation about his potential move to manage the Brazilian team, has added significantly to his legacy at Real Madrid. Under his management, the club has secured 2 La Liga titles, 2 UEFA Champions League trophies, and a Copa del Rey Super Cups of Spain and Europe, and a FIFA Club World Cup during this second tenure. To end the news, FC Porto announced the dismissal of Vitor Bruno on Monday, becoming the third of Portugal's main clubs to make a coaching change this season. The 42-year-old replaced new AC Milan boss Sergio Sessao in the close season, but paid the price after Porto lost ground in the title race following back-to-back league defeats this month. Porto's academy director, Jose Tavares, will take over as coach on interim basis, the club said. Sunday's 3-1 loss away to Gil Vicente was Porto's third in a row in all competitions. They were also beaten by Sporting Lisbon in semi-finals of the Cups League on January 7th. Porto slipped to the third in the table, 4 points behind leader Sporting, as Benfica moved into second place over the weekend. Thanks for joining the BDTV News at noon. Stay tuned as we bring you more updates.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.